Okay, I'm here.
All right, greetings and salutations, and welcome to our getting to know you little chat interview, whatever you want to call it. I am the Eldritch Intelligence VTuber, Poe, variety streamer, and I don't know, pseudo audiobook narrator over on YouTube, and with me is...
Hello, my name is Viridian K. Eldritch, Scuff Queen, Gym Princess. I am here. I'm here to make friends.
Yeah, thank you for, coming and joining me for our little get-together. Chats, hello everyone. I see on my side, Kappa, Phantom, good to see you. Scobolts, thanks for coming by. I also have eyes over there on Viri's chat. Francis, Relics.
Nope. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Welcome. I see you. But yeah, so we're just gonna be chatting it up, doing a little getting to know you. So those on my side know that one of the things I really like to talk about is streaming itself, content creation. It's part of the hobby, right? Like VTubing isn't just playing games, it's not just having a model, but like content creation's part of it. And so I really like talking to other content creators that about that, how they got there, what they're doing, like where they came from. So I really like that as a means to meet new folks. So that's kind of going to be my line of conversational topics, though I'm certainly open to whatever you feel like talking about also, Viri.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
How did you end up finding me while I was playing Angerfoot of all games?
Okay, so how I end up in these sorts of positions is because I very specifically seek people out. One of the things that I like to do every once in a while is to go either on YouTube or on Twitch, and I scroll through people under the VTuber tag, specifically those with, low, medium sorts of numbers of people watching. And so I like to go through, I see, what kind of models they're using. I pop in, see if I vibe with them pretty quickly, see what's what with these people. And then every once in a while I find somebody that I'm like, nah, I could vibe with this person. And then, I just start hanging out, chatting, build a little bit of a relationship, and then I con them into coming onto my channel and talking to me.
You conned them? No
That's
way.
right. Right, that's exactly what I do.
I see your evil plan. I should have
I know.
known.
I know.
Hello, Eldritch.
But yeah, that was a big part. I saw the Eldritch moniker, big fan of that, one of my own. But then really what caught my eye was the tentacle hair on the model, which I thought was really cool. Especially watching it as you were using it, because it's really interesting rigging that I noticed, because it I always find it interesting when I have a hard time identifying what inputs the motion is tied to, because that's more interesting to me when I can't be like, oh yeah, the ears move with the eyes, or this moves with the mouth. But the hair has a lot of interesting sort of secondary motion, and it's very pleasant to look at. So I was like, I dig that.
Thank you. My model, my rigger mama, she made a post about specifically the hair, and it looked like pain. I'm not gonna lie.
I bet.
There were so many dots on the screen, and the only thing that she wrote was sigh.
Yeah,
Damn.
I bet.
But yeah,
the results speak for themselves. Honestly, it does. It's a really interesting piece of. It's eye catching. It's unique. I love a good unique piece of a model. You may be able to identify that considering the way my model looks, but.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, big fan.
Thank you.
So yeah, so on that front, I wrote down some notes for questions. So you mentioned recently that you started 3 years ago, right? You had your your anniversary either upcoming or recently through. Is that accurate? How long you've been?
Yeah, it's gonna be towards the end of December, actually.
Gotcha. So that's when you started as a VTuber. Is that the first time you started doing streaming, or had you done any content creation before that and just sort of moved into VTubing?
So I started streaming before because
Okay.
I saw like some people know I draw and stuff. Like I designed the
Mm-hmm.
model but basically before then though I was wee baby and I was like, how do I like I was like I want to share some more of my art with people.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
so I got into streaming, but like IRL streaming, and I didn't mind it. I actually really enjoyed it. Because
Yeah.
I would just draw the most cursed things I could ever think of, or like things like chat would tell me to draw. So actually, like a long time ago, before I even knew who Elon Musk was, I have
Oh.
drawn Elon Musk before.
Oh God.
It's so terrible. I hate it.
Jesus. I can imagine. You'll have to go back and just make him look as just ridiculous and awful as you can. That would be get some
A
vengeance.
redraw. Yeah. With I don't know. I don't know what I would do, but oh yeah, my friends like the nun art. I like drawing cursed art of my friends.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and sometimes it's their first fan art ever, so I'm like, oh, oops.
So a big part of what got you into content creation was like your art and a way to show more people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what
Yeah.
kind of? That's cool. So, I guess what kind of got you transitioning into VTubing instead of staying as the IRL? Oh, now you're.
Hold
I
on.
only see your forehead.
I'm so sorry. Give me
That's
give me a second. But yeah, so I really
Oh, thank you, break the ice.
so I really I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What kind of motivated you to transition to VTubing?
Oh, someone showed me a video of a VTuber, and that's it.
Honestly, that's kind of all it takes. Like,
And I didn't realize this beforehand, but so I say like I liked art and stuff on Twitch, and actually I didn't know that I followed VTubers
oh,
because what happened was like one day I was like watching a normal person drawing, and then
Sure.
the next day there an anime girl named Clea who's she's a well-known artist. I would
wait,
say
who is that? You said was it?
it's Clea. It's like
Clea, okay.
K-A-L.
I don't know that one. I thought you said Freya, and I was like, holy, wait a second. Okay.
Oh no,
But
no.
I don't know.
But yeah, one day I was like, how did you become anime? And she was like, oh, I have this program and stuff. And I was like, I still didn't get it.
I don't understand.
But
I mean, it's cool. It's fun. It's hard. I feel like there's a reason that so many artists gravitate towards being a VTuber, because it's hard not to use it as such a an obvious vessel for things you do, right? Like show off a design you've made. And for me, at this point, the only art I really do is the model, and so it's half of why I use it is because look at these changes I made, everybody. I love it. It's, as an artist, it's hard not to.
yeah, I get that. I definitely have actually kind of done more stuff for people ever after VTubing, art-wise. Because I'd kind of done commissions and stuff for people here and there. Sure. But I think after VTubing, I actually started doing even more artwork. I made emotes for people. And I've actually been working on designs for people for their models.
That's fun.
I've done the design for my model. I've helped people out with design ideas. Sometimes they accept my advice. Sometimes they don't. I may be still salty about it. So no, mostly. Okay, I'm a little salty because I'm just like, why would you ask me for advice and then be like, but actually,
honestly, it can be hard to take advice like that, and a lot of times, sometimes you're just not ready for it. Because, for instance, you just gotta like keep an eye on them and see if they end up moving that way. It's actually really, really early on when I was VTubing. I had submitted my one of my earliest models to a design review, and they had made some suggestions that at the time I was like, I mean, yeah, I can kind of see it, but I don't think I see a way to really implement those. And so I didn't. But now, years later, looking back, it's all of those things are things that I did. Because a big part was you're focused on too much on one color. You need more contrasting color. You need more and it's just things that I did. I was at the time I was yeah, but eventually all of that damn advice I followed. So
yeah.
So keep your eyes on them. They might come around.
Yeah, what was it? A while back, someone was asking me for ideas on an outfit that they wanted. So I was like, oh, what about doing these? And they were like, well, I don't know about that. And they were like, what about this? And they're like, I think this might be better. And I was like, well, what do you want to do? I'm throwing you ideas out here. And they were like, actually, my family member's a clothing designer, so I'll ask them. And I was like, then why are you asking me?
Well, I think that's something that comes up a lot. I think when people start talking about art that don't necessarily know how to communicate their desires. They might not know what they want, but they might have a feeling that they're trying to get at, but they don't know how to communicate that to somebody to be oh, So it's not crazy to have somebody but it is frustrating. I will not deny that is frustrating. But
oh god,
honestly, it's a shock to me that folks on my side have not been harassing my model either. It's probably because Seaweaver hasn't shown up yet. He's just gonna try to blank out the screen with particles if ever he shows up.
Yeah. Sometimes I just just let it kind of go through. It's
just let it work itself out.
Yeah, it does its thing eventually.
Don't worry, my chat knows exactly what to do and has already responded with bald as soon as that happens. So they are already on exactly the appropriate boat with your chat. Everybody is in
Good.
Lockstep. Great. I love to see the meeting of the minds. Oh, good. Now Kappa's decided to cause problems. Well, goodbye.
Oh, bye.
All right, I'm back. It's fine.
Okay. Oh yeah, I just disconnected. Hold on.
That one's actually gonna be slightly wrong sizes. Hold on. Let me.
Okay, I'm back finally, and I have hair again.
Let me go update my camera so that I don't have to keep fiddling with it.
I think y'all actually just broke my redeems from.
Save current. Okay. All right, we're good. Now I will actually go back to the correct location once I get tossed around, if that continues to occur. Okay. Back to what... Oh, right. I know what I was going to ask. So you mentioned you've done some emotes, you've done some design and stuff like that. What's been what's your favorite thing to do? Your favorite kind of art to do?
Oh, memes.
Memes?
Honestly, sometimes I'm oh, I want to draw something really pretty. And then I decide to, for some reason, spend an hour of my day sketching out Magermind of my friend. It's like the big head Megamind, but with the mewing face.
Fantastic.
And it's just cursed, and I need to finish it actually because it's actually just the worst thing ever. But I was oh, they'll love this stuff.
Excellent. That's funny.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just had plans to draw myself as either Alan or Pim from Smiling Friends.
Of course, the first random color redeem makes me blue, so now I'm just being blue screened. Fantastic. Unbelievable. The one color.
It's beautiful. No, I'm sorry. You can cancel me. No.
Well, it's not, because now I'm just transparent for the most part over on your side, I'm sure. But, well.
No, it's fine. You still got a shape. You still got a shape.
I got some. So with all of this stuff, so what are your goals with streaming? Like, what are you hoping to get to or accomplish?
I think right now I'm trying not to make huge goals, but I want to be able to be people's design mama.
Oh, okay, cool. So just specifically design, or would you try to draw the entire model?
I think just design, because I have more fun with it. It's a lot more relaxing, in my opinion. Who knows, maybe far in the future. But sure. My favorite part is taking a design I have and seeing what another artist envisions with that design.
I actually appreciate that sentiment a lot, because that's something that I wish I had an easier time like accomplishing with artists, with my model, because like I really like my design. I would really like to see more interpretations of it, but it's so damn complicated, and like I have a small audience, so it's not like I have fan artists coming out of the woodwork or anything, and it's just like it's so complicated that it's very difficult to find artists to work with it, or to like especially do it at like a reasonable price. But like I get that sentiment a lot of like, I just want to see what other people interpret. And the other thing is, it's actually almost hard to find artists who are like comfortable even doing that, because I feel like so many of them have been burned by people who want very specific things, and they don't want to like go changing stuff or adding too much of their own creativity, because people be crazy sometimes. But it's like,
yeah, I get that.
It's like, no, that's what I want. Like, I want you to put your personal like take on something.
Like I like seeing what people create out of like what you have. Like what is it? Like my little mascot, my little dude. I gave it to an artist to create, and it's not the biggest changes, but I was still really happy with them in the end. Like, they gave him like a tinier body, so he's got more of a bobblehead,
Yeah.
And I was like, that's it. That's the peak. Like, I couldn't have made it better.
Yeah, on that subject, I was going to ask about that, which was, can you like tell me about your mascot?
BB.
Yeah.
So, funny enough, well, I haven't really like said what my lore is. I know I have lore.
Sure.
I know everyone wants the lore. I'm working on it.
I've got a lore section to ask about if we wanted to. Part of that was the mascot. So we're jumping around, but that's how conversations go.
But yeah, so basically I have a friend who she does DM stuff. She's a DM. And I asked her to help me create my lore, and she whipped out the coolest lore ever. And I was like, okay, cool. Now I want to draw some cool stuff for the lore. And I actually have like a lot of storyboard stuff thumbnailed out, but I just haven't had a lot of time to work on it, because it's also like a bajillion pictures, and I'm just like, oh,
yeah,
it's a lot. But
yeah.
BB is a reference to my lore. And also future designs. So I thought it would be fun to share BB.
It's fair. So are there any like sneak peeks in how BB relates that you any nuggets of how like who BB is, or is there not enough grounding to get there?
BB is basically, what is it? I'll give a hint of my lore.
Okay.
My character didn't start off as an Eldritch.
Same.
Yeah, so BB is basically Viri's little helper. And there can be more than one BB. So, and BB isn't just BB. BB stands for Basement Buddies.
Fantastic.
But
So-
yeah, no, I love BB, the little baby.
So, possibly dabbling a little bit more into the lore now that we're on the topic. So, where, what is the source of your name? Like Viridian_K. Is there any meaning to the name?
Viridian was just because I really liked the color.
Fair.
And K is because, what is it? So I had it as something that describes my character, but because it was a full name, or like not a full name, it was just something I used to describe part of my character, but because I didn't have that really drawn out in any way, people started calling me by the K part, and I was like, I don't like being called by that. I want to be called like because it was like another thing, but I was like, you know what? I want to be Veery. I just told everyone one day in my Discord, I was like, just call me Veery from now on. I don't
cut
I don't
that
like
shit out.
Cause the K part wasn't supposed to be my name, so
Gotcha.
I was like, oh, I see.
I wonder if that's almost a common issue amongst VTubing, because like with so much like Japanese and East Asian influence in the scene, like sometimes nobody knows which half of the name is the first name.
Yeah.
Well, and especially
For
using
sure.
Viridian as the name simply because Viridian could also be considered as a descriptor for whatever comes after it, because it's a color, so it's like could either be an adjective or a noun. So
I had more green in my character before, but throughout the design she lost her green. I do plan on in the future getting more green back though, because I do miss it. I liked the green. It was my favorite.
that will make green screening harder.
Oh yeah, you're gonna hate
Oh
me.
well.
But I liked the green, especially because that was part of the reason I chose the name, because that was my favorite color. So I was like, oh, oop. But yeah, no. So that was the reason for the name.
Okay, so
And-
related to the names, then there are several sort of monikers or titles, whatever you want to call them, that you seem to go by or at least relate to. So I want to go through those because I'm curious. So Scuff Queen, when did that start?
Basically, as soon as I started. No, no. So I have I have to find it. I have a list of nicknames. I used to have a channel in my Discord that was just meant for nicknames.
Just for nicknames? Fantastic.
Just for nicknames. I don't even know why I let them put this list. Let me see if I can find the list, because
I mean, obviously you relate enough with the Scuff Queen that it's like part of your damn model.
Yeah.
Trying to point.
Yeah.
I can't point.
I bet you're fine.
I'm losing track of my hand.
No, but the Scuff Queen happened because one stream, I didn't realize how bad my connection was, and for some reason I had two people, which my chatters know as Mono and Tussie, and they were in my chat for 40 minutes until finally they said, "Oh, look, she finally said hi to me," and I was like. It was so bad. I was literally talking to them through the chat box.
It was just like so delayed and
oh yeah, because basically nothing was loading.
rough.
But yeah, after 40 minutes when they said I said hi to you, and I was like, that was like 40 minutes ago, bro. What do you mean?
No.
And so I shut off stream, turned off my game, went to a just chatting stream, and I just chatted with them instead because my computer couldn't handle anything else. So it's a great time.
Yeah.
It's a great time. Yeah. I'm so glad I'm past those days.
Fair.
Yeah, because I couldn't play games back then. I could not. It was actually impossible. Like it was so bad.
Yeah. That is rough. Well, I guess on that subject of not being able to play games, one of the other monikers that I noticed is that you do mention in your about as a gamer, which, I mean, let's be honest, we're all streaming. That should be no surprise to most. But, so did you, like, did you, like, grow up playing games? Did you start playing games for streaming? Like, what's your relationship with games?
Okay, so when I was younger, I played games all the time. What was it? I had like N64 games, and then I think we had the PlayStation 1, but then we didn't get any more PlayStations until the PlayStation 4. And then someone left their Xbox over. Yeah, someone left their Xbox over, and that's how I got into Halo for the first time. I think I replayed Halo 3 like a bajillion times because I was like,
so good.
That was like the only game I had, and I was like, perfection.
You could have so much worse games if it's the only game you've got.
Yeah. So I was just like, oh, okay, this is fine. But then as I got older and I got busier, having to make an income and stuff, I kind of stopped like getting into games as much as I used to be. So when I started streaming, it was like out of nowhere, and I was like, you know what? So, a good friend of mine bought me this game because I really thought I'd like it, and I was like, you know what? I'll just play this game. I'll just stream it. Like I didn't even tell him I had a Twitch. I was just like, I'll just stream it. Fuck it. Like it'll give me a reason to play it. And then ever since streaming, I've actually played so much games.
Yes. Yeah, streaming has been a huge boon for me personally as well, to be able to finish games. Because a lot of games I would have the issue of starting playing for like some few hours and then just being like, yeah, that's enough, I'll just move on. But streaming is a good motivator for me to finish games. So I'm gonna be real, scheduled times.
I still kind of do that.
There have been a few that I have. Well, but for me at least, it helps.
Like it depends on the game. I'm just like, oh yeah, I definitely started that like a year ago or something.
Well, yeah, so that's actually kind of an interesting question as far as like you and the way you stream games. Do you jump around to just like whatever you feel like, or like do you try to, well, I mean, it sounds like you don't necessarily like try to run a series until it's completed. You just kind of dabble in whatever you wish.
I tend to do shorter games or games that like they don't really end, but like they don't have like an ending kind of thing.
Sure.
But what is it? So lately I have like a thing going on. So like Wednesdays I'll do like, it depends, like Wednesdays or Thursdays I'll plan to either do a collab, and then one of those games I'll choose like something that I specifically want to make into like a YouTube video for one of those days. And then on Friday, I like to do like more fun games, like community night games. But I love horror games, so like horror games make my heart go, I don't know, something flutter. I used to hate, as the weebs say. I used to hate horror games, and I was like, no, it's gonna be the scariest thing. And I'm gonna be a big baby and scream. And don't get me wrong, there's the games that make me jump and stuff, but like it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be horrendous.
Horror games are one of the things that I like watching like streamers play the most, largely because horror games don't bother me at like all. But I really enjoy watching other people suffer, so it amuses me.
Yeah, like I have such a backlog. The backlog of games that I want to play.
Oh, good. Don't even get me started. I have multiple backlogs. I have an entire oversized list of Steam games that I own that I have never played. Then I have an additional shorter list of games that I want to stream but haven't yet, which also is growing at a faster rate than I'm streaming. So it's like, oh yeah, like the backlog is real.
I get that. Like, oh, I think, oh, and also, since I have some people on Steam who have been amazing and sweet and wonderful, and they heard me like games, and they were like, here, Vivi, game for you. And I'm just like, oh, hell yeah. And then I just have so much now that I'm like, oh, hell no.
Excellent.
I don't know.
Well, excellent until you realize you'll never finish all of them. Now with the added pressure of them having been gifts.
But you know what? I do plan on getting to them because a lot of them are like really good games that people have gotten. So like, I'm just like, oh, you know, like one of them, someone got me like, I don't know, 2 years ago now. It's been a minute. But it's Hollow Knight.
Oh, I played through Hollow Knight on stream not too terribly long ago this year, and it is in fact very good.
Oh yeah, like, and what is it? I always hear it's good, so I'm just like, you know, maybe, you know, I have a friend that absolutely adores Hollow Knight, but I don't know anything about it except I've seen like just snippets of it, just snippets.
It is a very good Metroidvania, and it I also had owned it for years before I actually sat down and played it. So like you're in good company on that front. You're not alone in having had it forever before actually playing. So, you know, I did the same thing, but it is a good game, so I would definitely encourage you to play it if you get the opportunity.
I'll have to get to it because it's not like the longest game, so maybe like if I get some extra time off, I'll just be a little goblin girl and sit at my computer and try to play an entire game.
Yeah, it's not short though. It does have a bit of length. I don't remember how many episodes I ended up finishing it in, and it would be too much of an annoyance to go check, but there's a handful, to be sure. So going back to sort of, you mentioned you had like an N64, a PlayStation 1. Do you have any like favorite games from those eras that like stick out? Formative games from your youth?
Oh gosh. So, I used to have Mario Kart for the Wii.
Of course.
And Mario Kart for the Switch. Or no, I already have Mario Kart. For the DS. One of the first DSs came with Mario Kart.
Sure.
I had the first Animal Crossing that came out on the Switch. Not Switch. I keep saying Switch. I do have that one too. For the DS. What is it? I played a little bit of Majora's Mask, but I never finished it. Oh, I really like the Pokemon Ranger and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games on
the unusual Pokemon ones.
I keep saying Switch. The DS. Yeah, I had all the Pokemon Rangers and Mystery Dungeons, and I actually recently purchased the like remastered Mystery Dungeon Blue for the Switch. And yeah, so I maybe I'll get in now. Maybe like I could stream that one too, but I also know that's a really long game as well. So
I honestly didn't realize that there was a remaster of the Mystery Dungeon on Switch, because honestly I complain a lot whenever Pokemon comes up in the fact that I don't feel like they've done enough in like exploring other avenues of like the lore and all kinds of stuff about like Pokemon in the world. And I feel like the Mystery Dungeons are something that I didn't play at the time that they were like new, but I feel like they fit a lot of the like things that I complain about and what I should actually go play those, because I think those cover some of that, and I should play them before I complain too tremendously about Pokemon. But there's so much to Pokemon that I wish they'd do more with. But I digress. So good choices is really what I'm getting at.
Also, to go back a little bit, I have found the screenshots of the nicknames. Would you like to go
excellent.
through some of them?
Yeah, hit me with them.
Okay, I'm gonna go through them real fast, okay? Don't ask questions.
I'll ask questions after, don't worry.
Let's see. ASMR Ridian, 8-inch Ridian, Booster Seat Ridian, Small Ridian, Worm Ridian, Verodent. Hold on, let's see. Good. There's Short Queen, Mama Ridian, Empress of Scuff, Space
Even
Mommy.
better than Scuff.
I don't know where Space Mommy came from.
You know. Eldritch and Alien gets the wires crossed often.
There's good Ridiance.
Whoever came up with that wins. That I'm all aboard for a good wordplay.
The Snoop Ridian, Squirt Ridian, Hagrid Ridian, what is it, Squid Mom, Water Mommy,
of course.
Veridiculous, I don't know what the Snack Ridian, Mommy Thulu,
also good.
Kakashi Ridian, Verikashi, Brat Ridian, Viridian Brat, I don't know what these are. Smell Ridian, Beanie Ridian, Bean Ridian, Viridian Kush. There's Verikashi again. And then someone put Big Stinky Idiots.
Straightforward.
Someone said Viridian Cocaine. Spook Ridian, Asmongold K. What was it? There's more. There's Queen of Scuff, Rat Ridian, Horse Ridian, Swole Ridian, Space Ridian, Dimmadome Ridian, Riz Ridian, Aunt Ridian, Slow Ridian, Wah Ridian, Slurp Ridian, Wheeze Ridian, Thick Ridian, Ice Ridian. Oh, it keeps going. Very Yasha, Very Smalls, Scuff Ridian, Bald Ridian, Cheese Ridian, Goth Ridian, Colt Ridian, Spooter Ridian, Dog Ridian, Train Ridian, Choo Choo Ridian.
Okay, that was clearly you played Choo Choo Charlie, didn't you?
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. How many other things could I have identified if I'd been paying more attention to like what they might have been from?
Like the Wah Ridian is from Waluigi.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be Waluigi or like Warhammer 40k or Warhammer for Waz, but carry on.
Oh yeah, I get that. There's
Could have been both.
But yeah, the Chef Ridian, Buff Ridian, Viri the Tank Engine, Loot Ridian, Loot Ridian, Swole Ridian, Space Ridian, Dimmadome Ridian, Aunt Ridian, and it just keeps going. It's so many. Cheese Ridian. Always, the Bald Ridian. I think that's about most of it. I think that's most of it. I think
that's covered the highlights at least.
Burrito. Oh my gosh.
Briefly, also stepping back to the Hollow Knight, my information network has informed me that I did 7 streams of Hollow Knight, which would have been 3 to 4 hours each. So there you go. It's like 21 to 28 hours of.
So what I'm hearing is 24 hours stream, baby.
Hey, if that's where you want to go,
oh god,
do it up.
You know what? It happens. It happens. But I actually do have photos of my face edited onto Choo Choo Charles. If you're curious.
Fantastic.
Um,
So some of your self-ascribed titles that aren't in your incredible list of. Honestly, Ridian is just an excellent, like, ender to many words is honestly what we've learned.
It is. I never planned this, by the way.
But there you are. So one of the things that you also mentioned is like a gym princess.
Yeah.
Tell me about you a gym rat.
Oh. Yeah, I go like every day. There was a while I was going like twice a day. I'd go like. Because I was going with people who wanted to really go with me.
Oh, yeah. That helps.
Because they don't like going by themselves. And they were like, please. And so I was like, but the thing is, they don't do like the same stuff I do. And I don't want to make someone newer try to do the stuff I do.
Sure.
Because it's like, don't get me wrong. I can still be like on the lazier side. Like, if anything, I can make them do like less sets of what I'm doing to help with being new. But also sometimes people don't know their limits and they push themselves and then they hurt themselves. So I just don't want to. You know what? What is it? Someone I was going with was like, you know what? Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. And I was like, what? I was like, when did I get promoted?
Free personal training is what they're looking for.
Yeah, I was like, when did I get promoted to this? But also, like, they never listened to me before. But now they're just like, oh yeah, just tell me whatever it is. So I'm like, I don't know, maybe the gains are finally showing through.
Maybe.
So. But
all right, so slight side note, I have a couple requests from my chat to see the Viridian on Choo Choo Charlie. So can you send me that PNG so I can?
I can. Give me a second. I'll grab it for you.
I can post it up to my chat so I can subject them to that.
The thing is, it is with an older model, so not this one, but it was me at one point. So let me find it.
So then, continuing the conversation about the gym. So is that something you've done for like a really long time? Like, when did you get into that? Sorry, I saw the picture.
It's so fucking great. I didn't.
Oh, that's good.
I asked for this. Roa, where are you? Roa made this photo. What was your inspiration for this photo, you bitch? But yeah, I started going to the gym. Well, like, so I've been kind of on and off at the gym when I started. But I didn't start getting serious until about like, what is it? Funny enough, like after COVID.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not too terribly surprising considering spend a bunch of time.
Well, I wasn't locked out on the thing. I still had to work.
Well, fair.
But the gym was open, but you still had to have like a face mask on. So I was like, I'll just wear the face mask. But there's literally like no one here, so I get the whole gym to myself. But yeah, I had one of those. What are those jobs that are like essential?
Oh yeah, essential.
Yeah, my job went from little to like a small amount of customers to like a ton of customers. It like tripled or quadrupled the amount of customers after COVID. So I was like, I heard about people like getting time off, and I was like, ooh, that could be me. And then that was not me at all, and I was working doubles, and I was like, I'm gonna cry.
That's rough.
Yeah, I was so jealous. People were like, oh yeah, I'm just getting unemployment. It's great. And I'm like, I'm not getting that much, and I'm working so much. And I was like, I'm not salty. Nope, not one bit. Not one bit. There might have been some salt. Hold on, let me show my chat the photo as well, because
I have it plastered to your face currently.
I love it. Thank you.
It's a good time. Everybody loves it.
Good. Oh, Very Smalls is a reference to Biggie Smalls because someone edited my face onto Biggie Smalls.
People like editing your face onto things, apparently.
Yeah. I don't know why. There's also like a Tic-Tac-Ridian game where people take my bald head and they play tic-tac-toe on me.
Of course. Well, that's the inevitable outcome when you've got the bald big-ass forehead.
Yeah, they started doing it just because of the gap in my fucking bangs, and eventually it just got worse.
I literally don't have enough flat surfaces to put a tic-tac-toe board on. There's not a single part of me that is like not busy. I'm sorry, everyone who might be big tic-tac-toe fans. It is a likely impossibility from my side.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You know what? We'll have to find a way to play tic-tac-toe. I'll find a way. No.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
You're nuts. 5D tic-tac-toe on Poe is crazy.
Yeah, you're over there playing regular tic-tac-toe. Over here we have the 5D tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, like, what is it? Whenever people make memes of me, I have a folder. I have a folder full of memes of me.
I'm jealous of your folder of memes. That's fun.
Like, you know how I told you sometimes the quality of my stream is like ass.
A little bit of potato quality.
A little bit of potato, a little potato. So I think Roa made this one too. But here's another photo for you.
Oh, Kappa on my side had a pretty good suggestion. They say, for me, you just do connect the dots instead of tic-tac-toe. It's connect the dots, which You know what? That one makes sense, actually.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Actually, that's a good one.
Yeah, that one does actually make sense. All right, so you're onto the last title that I'd written down. One of the things that you also mentioned is pro fangirl. What are you a fangirl specifically of?
I really like how do I explain? I really like manhwas.
Sure.
Which are just like Korean comics, and a lot of them are kind of not the best. I'm gonna be real, but I don't know. I like certain characters from it, so I fangirl about certain characters. I don't usually fangirl about game characters as much as I used to. I'll still get into a game if the characters are interesting enough to me, but lately I feel like a lot of them are like the same vibes. I don't know how to explain it. But I've definitely gotten into entire games before because of the characters, like the artwork.
Sure.
Like I learned how to play.
Are you one for gacha games? Because I know they're all about their characters.
Well, okay. Thankfully, I've gotten out of a lot of them. But by a lot, I mean like I only played Genshin. But then I was like, nope, I can't keep playing this. I will lose myself to the game. So like I
Well,
could tell.
good self-control. I have a lot of complaints about gacha games, honestly, and not even just the obvious ones of like it being gambling, it being abusive to people, and like all of those general problems, but like from the side, like you're talking about how like you get into them for the characters. I actually find it really frustrating to have gacha games where they have these wealth of interesting characters, but some of the characters have to be like the 3 stars, right? Like there are just cool character designs that are just relegated to the dustbin because they're too bad they're not the 5-star, no matter how cool they might be. Like, tough shit, that one's not something you can play with. It's like, oh
yeah,
that sucks.
No, yeah, it is a bummer because it's basically like you just roll until you get the character, and then you just keep rolling for more of that character till they're maxed out. So I'm like, I guess that works. I'm here for it. But like they've learned their market.
They certainly have.
That's they know what people are weak to, and it's cute anime girls or hot anime men. And so,
well, yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Have you seen The Wolf? No.
I have seen too much of The Wolf. I'm on Twitter. I'm barely on Twitter. I use it for information gathering, but my God, that was all of the information available for a week. They just wouldn't shut up about the goddamn wolf boy.
All I see is the wolf
Jesus
boy.
Christ.
And the shark girl.
Yup, that's it.
Yep.
Well, and the other thing that gets me about gacha games like that is like all they have are really cool designs and like a handful of like voice lines or whatever. And it's so disappointing to me because it's like if they were like 2 of like 5 characters in a whole like RPG game, like you could learn so much more about them. They could be real characters that you could like actually invest in and find out about and like be way more meaningful. But the fact that gacha games never know which characters you might have with you, like the story just has to take this huge hit of like complexity and interest because they're like, well, this guy might be here, that guy might be here, so they can't be integral parts of the story. It's just like, man, it's the other thing.
Oh, yeah. I get that. I just sometimes I just look at it and I'm like I had a pretty picture.
I know. And that's why I find it so frustrating because I'm like, I would love to get into that character, but it is paper thin. It's a sick ass design and nothing else, and I know it. And it's like, God damn it.
Oh my gosh. But yeah. So like, I've definitely gotten into games because of the characters. Like, actually, that's how I got into Overwatch. I used to play Overwatch every day for like, I don't know, over a year or something. But then it started getting like, I don't know, after like the first like Overwatch League, I started like being like, I don't know how I'm feeling about it. And then like it just kept tanking after that.
They
and
really,
so,
God, what an incredible story of shitting the bed Overwatch is. Like I can't imagine a game like more mismanaged than that.
Yeah.
Why is my face stuck? Face?
No,
Hello?
it's fine. Looks good. It's on brand.
There we go. I'm back. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Happens occasionally. Small glitch in communications. It's fine.
Yeah, I used to be into those types of games, and then eventually I was just like, I don't know. Someone's trying to get me into it again, though. They were like, how about we just play just to have funsies? You know? And I was like,
I very similar. Like, I played League of Legends when it was, like, new. Like, I might have been playing League of Legends when it was in beta, and then just played it for a couple years after. So, like, similarly to you with Overwatch, like, I put my time into it, but then it just, like, it kept getting goofier and goofier, more full of dick bags who just want to yell at everybody for doing literally anything. And it's just like, I similarly have some friends who are like, oh, you should come play. And every time, like, I might play once every couple months, and I'm like, yeah, this ain't it. It's not the magic it once was.
Mm-hmm. I completely understand.
It's tragic to see those games that you're like, I love this game. And it's like, oh man, it's not so great anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's sad to see like games like that just kind of like go down the shitter. And then what was that one thing they said they were doing, like a PvP, or what was it? There was something that they promised everyone, and then they went and everyone was super pumped, and then they canceled it.
Yeah, the PvE mode, the
okay.
core like defining aspect of what they were attempting to sell Overwatch 2 on, and the reason that it needed to be a new game. I don't even play Overwatch, and I still like know this particular bit of drama, because like it was so mind-boggling how badly they handled going from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, where there was like no meaningful improvement. Like, nobody was happy with that move, but they were like, it's okay, there'll be PvE. And then they were like, canceled. It's like, oh, okay. It was bad. It was a mess.
Overwatch 1 was definitely good where it was.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It should have just stayed where it was. I was like, yeah. Ass made me mad. I'm big salty baby. Let me be. Like, let me be. Oh my gosh. But what other I don't know. What other stuff are you into?
I am very into Souls-likes. I like From Software games tremendously. I really like a couple almost themes or genres of games that I constantly complain about not having enough games in. So I'm really into like space sim stuff, as well as like mech games, and both of those do not get nearly enough entries into them. So I was eating good with Armored Core 6, but now that is, last year's news, and I'm desperate for more of that sort. But I play Souls. Like, honestly, I'm kind of a almost like a buffet gamer, which is a big reason why I like a variety streamer, because like I mosey my way through, Souls likes are probably a big core content, but then I do some Metroidvanias, I do first person shooters when I can, mostly like story based first person shooters, more so than like PvP stuff, because I'm not a huge fan of PvE or PvP stuff generally. I don't really like being like competitive and all like amped up. Doing it with a team is one thing. Those can be fun, but I don't like 1v1 games almost ever, really.
I get so stressed in a 1v1. I'd be sweating. Oh my god.
Okay, now we have somebody trying to block out the sun over here. Sorry. It do be that way. But yeah, so those are... I like JRPGs. That's another one that I'm big into. On the subject of PSX games, like me and Kappa, who's actually my sister, we're doing a nostalgia tour through Final Fantasy VIII, which has been we like just started that last week, which is a good time.
Okay.
Yeah, like I really value like new experiences in games, maybe more so than most like specific games. I'm not the sort of person who can like spend years playing the same game anymore. Apparently I was back in the League of Legends era, but no longer can I accomplish that. Like,
I was a real Nintendogs girl back in the day.
Excellent.
No one could compete against me and my wiener dog, dude. Like,
hell yeah. The finest wiener in town.
A mighty good wiener in. No.
Indeed. Somebody's gonna have to add Wieneridian to the list.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
But yeah, so like I just like new interesting games and stories and mechanics, and that's the stuff that I'm most into.
You know what I want to do that it's very hard to convince people to do with me?
What's that? It's actually one of my lists on here was, do you have any games that you've really wanted to play but you can't find people to do?
I want to play trashy horror games with people. I really want to, but people are just like, I don't know, the reviews are bad, and I'm like, let me do it. As long as it's not a connection issue, I'm down to try it.
I find it pretty tough to find like good horror games that are like even multiplayer at all. That's one of the challenges, but at the very least, I'm open to playing trashy games because it's funny actually that you mentioned that, because I have repeatedly recently commented about that I need like more shitty games to play, because if I'm picking games on my own, like I tend to avoid games that suck, because you know I like games that don't suck. However, the chat really likes me to play games that suck because I complain tremendously and they find it very funny.
You know, chat loves what you hate the most.
They sure do. I actually like a legendary game that I played long ago, before I was even keeping my VODs, actually, that the longest standing member is Scobalts, who's actually here. It was always a trigger word of me talking about Tales of Arise, because I flipped my shit, and I quit that game on the final boss. I was so mad.
You know, it's funny. You know, I remember I told you people bought me a bunch of games I haven't played. That's one of them. Tales
of Arise. I won't go into the rant, because you could still enjoy it. I convinced all of my chat of why there are so many things wrong with that, but like everybody else loves that game.
I need to tell you some Viridian lore right now. Okay, so I had Tales of Symphonia.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, so I was like, awesome, great game, and it was like on the GameCube, and it was one of the first games I ever had that had 2 discs. And so I didn't know how to do games with 2 discs before. So
it's like,
because the way
lost
it was
tech at this point.
Because basically when you get to this one area that tells you need to travel to like this other world, it tells you to remove the disc to put in the other disc. And I'm like, am I going to lose my data?
What?
And so I'm like, what? How do you huh. And but anyways, long story short, towards the last boss area, there's like this like I don't know 100 floor fucking tower or something. It's not actually 100 floors, but there's this long tower you go into, and I was like, you know what? I'm high enough level. It's great. I skip all the enemies, and there's a bridge. I go across the bridge, and the bridge breaks behind me, and there is a save right next, like after the broken bridge, and I have only ever saved in one slot this entire game. And so I soft locked myself basically because I couldn't defeat the boss before the final boss. I couldn't even get to the final boss. And,
wow,
yeah.
That's actually kind of amazing that they'd let you soft lock yourself that hard. That's crazy.
And the thing is, I tried for hours. Trying to do.
Oh, that is rough.
All like trying to beat it, and I couldn't. And this is like, you know how long it took me to get to that? That was back when internet was slow. So like, and also I didn't have a phone, so, and my computer was upstairs, so if I got lost in the game, I'd have to go up and go through some terrible walkthrough, like some terrible gaming walkthrough, and if I couldn't figure it out through the walkthrough, like the worded walkthrough, I had to wait for my YouTube video to load so I could find the part. And I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But because I have short-term goldfish brain, I would walk downstairs and forget what I just witnessed. And I'd have to walk back upstairs to try to figure it out. And I did that so much during that game. So to get soft-locked at the boss was so frustrating to me as a kid. But here's the thing. I have it again. It is on PC.
Yep.
I definitely plan on going through it again.
Get that vengeance.
It's one of those games. But it's a long game though. Is the only thing. But I love Tales of Symphonia. It's probably one of my favorites.
Did you play any of the other Tales games? Or is it really just that one?
Or no, I played one, but I can't remember what it was because I didn't get to play too far because I think it was on Xbox, and I think my Xbox died. Not too long after.
Was it the original Xbox or Xbox 360?
360.
It was probably Tales of Vesperia.
Not Vesperia.
Not Vesperia. I'm trying to think of which other ones.
It was
I've played
newer.
a lot of the Tales series, by the way.
Oh, it is newer, but not as old.
Not as old. Because there's Tales of Abyss. That, I think, was also on that one. Tales of Grace's F was on the Xbox 360, I think.
I think it was Abyss. Is that the one with like the ghost boy?
I don't remember enough specifics.
There's one where your friend is a ghost boy.
The big one that I remember honestly is Tales of Vesperia, because that's my favorite one.
That's one of the more well-known ones.
It's killer.
But anyways, yeah, sorry for that rant.
No, it's fine.
I still think about that regularly because of how mad it makes me. Like,
sure, that's me and Tales of Arise for very different reasons, but
I'm still going through. I'm still going through Okami right now. I went through like the first main boss, so now I'm going through like the second main boss, which is like, I say main boss because there's a boss you're trying to fight because you think he's like the worst boss ever, like he's like the big monster, the big bad. You defeat him, then you find out he's not the big bad. So now you have to do a bunch of other stuff to find the big bad.
Always.
But I have beef with Okami because right at the very last boss, my game crashed and I lost all of my data.
Oh. That's heartbreaking.
A lot of childhood trauma, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we've all got that in some ways from various game incidents like that. I've had my share of games saved over and whatnot. Unrelated to games, briefly, I had a question out of chat, which I think is valid. Apparently, several of my chat are fiends for coffee. So the question is, what are your feelings on coffee? Coffee, tea? Are you a
coffee?
You're a coffee drinker?
Mostly cream.
Mostly. So you like a little coffee flavored cream, is what you like?
No, I do like coffee. I used to work at a coffee shop actually.
Oh.
So I got to try a ton of different coffees at the time, like espresso, cold brew, like basically all like anything you could think of, because like my coworkers would be like, sorry, I messed up a drink. Do you want? And I'd be so tired. I'm like, give me the drink.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, I'm like, give me the drink. I don't care what it is. So I've learned to become a lot more open to different types of coffee. I still like, I still really like when it's like sweet. I love caramel. I love vanilla in coffee. That's probably like one of my like vanilla caramel, maybe cinnamon. Oh.
Whoa.
But yeah. So.
All right. Sorry, my OBS had a massive blink out there for a second. But I am okay. I can still hear you. That was weird.
That's good news.
I just see my whole YouTube monitoring on my right side just went, "You're offline," and I was like, "Pardon?"
No, like what was it? Like a week ago, I went to go move my OBS, and I accidentally grabbed the box that says sources. And because I dragged that box out of place, it crashed my OBS.
Oof.
I have fixed it since then.
That's good.
Ran it as administrator, fixed everything.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee, on the subject of the coffee is one of those things that, like, I don't generally like a lot of the more interesting beverages that people like. I don't like coffee. Like, I don't like beer. I don't really even like tea. Saw somebody on your side mention energy drinks, and that's what I like. I've now moved to drinking Gamer Sups almost exclusively, because I was drinking like a Monster Energy every day, and it was probably terrible for me, so I stopped doing that. But I'm always a little bit envious of people who are like really into things like coffee or beer. Those kind of come to mind specifically because they're like, there's something that I don't like, but I know that there's like a lot of variety and complexity. It's like a whole world of things to enjoy that I'm just like, I don't. It's like, well, that's too bad. That seems nice. Like, it seems like something that would be nice to enjoy, but you know, is what it is.
I don't personally like beer, but that's because of like, it depends. Like, I don't know. I like cider, but also I'm not even really a big fan of that kind of stuff, because I'm like, I don't know. I feel personally, my opinion, I'm like, you know what? If I'm drinking, that's going to be a lot of carbs, and I want to make sure I get in as little as I can. And
that gym princess is coming out again.
And get as messed up as fast as I can, so that I can, I don't know, eat some toast later, you know, and just vibe on the couch. So I'm just like, you know what, shots it is.
Yeah,
because like it takes like, I don't know, multiple beers, and then they have so much sugar in them, and I'm like, damn, like I'm not even having fun, like. I'm drinking this for the after effects, and I ain't getting the effects. I'm just getting carbs.
See, well, and my take on that whole avenue of things is, one, I don't even like the taste of like any alcohol at all, so it's like unpleasant. But then also, I don't even want the after effect. I don't really want to be drunk. So I'm like, I just don't drink. So that's what it comes down to. But it's just like, none of this is for me. I don't like really any of this. It's not my cup of tea. But, you know, I don't have any moral opposition to people enjoying. I just am like, nah, that ain't my bag.
Mm-hmm. I get that. It's, I'm just like, that's why, like, what is it? It's like if I do like a drinking stream with like friends, I'm like, if I just do a little sippy sip of a beer, I'm like, I'm not having fun. It's not fun for me. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'll just
gotta hit it hard.
Yeah. So I just measure out a certain amount of shots, and I pour it into my favorite drink, and then it's great. And
Seems
I'm just
reasonable
like,
to me.
Yeah. So I'm like, you know what? Because then I can choose the type of drink, and then it's not as bad for me. and then I get the fun after effects part. So it's great time.
Do you have a favorite kind of drink then that you like?
Oh gosh, there's so many. There's like what is it? I really like this blue raspberry svedka. That stuff's great. There's like this lemonade Deep Eddies, which is also pretty fun because it's super lemony flavor. And if you just get actual lemonade as a mixer, it's just 10 out of 10.
Very lemony.
Very lemony. And like for anyone who's like a baby with drinks, but they want something a little stronger, I would recommend like mixers like that are just like super like one flavor, and you can mix it like what is it? Because like the blue raspberry one, I can just mix it with like, I don't know, like whatever other blue raspberry drink or blue drink I can find. I need that.
I too like the flavor of blue.
Yeah, no. Just so I don't have to drink gasoline. Next time.
Understandable.
Look, next time you do a drinking stream, tell me, and I'll give you a list of things that you could find that you can mix together, so it's like pleasant and doesn't feel like your throat is burning.
I don't think I will ever be doing a drinking stream.
Oh no, you're good. I just know one of the people in my chat is always suffering during a drinking stream because they have like the strongest things
just
ever.
Miserable. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if I was just immediately thinking about like how I would never do a drinking stream, I was like, if I were to be forced to put that as like a goal, like what would that be? As like, I don't know, like a 1 million subscriber goal, I would do a freaking drinking stream. Like,
no way.
It would have to be so far down the line.
I plan on doing one this Friday.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all have the things that we hate, because like my first lineup is the only promise that I've made as far as like a goal stream is if once I get to 500 subscribers, I'm gonna freaking subject myself to getting over it. That's what I have on the line for getting to the monetization line on YouTube.
Oh, I have one specific TikTok of me playing Getting Over It that did very well because of just how dumb it is. But I was mad. I was like, okay.
I expect to be very upset as well.
It's okay. You'll probably get stuck at the orange like everyone else. So.
Oh, I'm sure.
When you see the orange, you'll get it. But yeah, I love that TikTok. Thank you. I liked it too. But
everybody always loves the most when everybody's super upset. Everybody loves the upset streamers. That's what people are into.
Mhm. Like, I don't know. I tend to get upset but I think it's like when a lot of it is literally just because I don't know things. And
just vague things.
So I'm like, there's no way this thing couldn't be here. I swear I put in that code like 5 times and I have like a number wrong. and people are like, oh my god, like dying watching or like, what was it, like I don't know, it's just random things like that where I'm just like, why is this so hard? Like, I played a cooking simulator. That game is so fun. But people hate watching me play it because of like the monstrosities I create. So it's a rough time. It's a rough time. But one of my other videos was me like carrying around this giant thing of milk. And it was like just a jug of milk, and I was like, haha, the lactose intolerant could never. And I go to throw it on a counter, and it hits the edge of the counter and completely spills, and I'm just like, it's just stuff like that. It's just little things like that where I'm like, oh, this should be easy. It's fine. Like, this is literally the simplest thing. A baby could do it. And then I fuck it up because I'm the baby and I can't do it. So yeah. Yeah.
It do be that way sometimes. On the subject of those memorable things like clips and such, Do you have any streams and such that like you really that stick out to you as like things you're really proud of or that are really memorable? Like,
Oh gosh. I have so much stream stuff. Maybe I this is like a long time ago, but I did do a 24-hour stream.
yeah.
Yeah, back when I actually had the free time to do that.
I think the longest I ever ended up doing was 14 hours. So you've got me beat. But continue.
Damn. But yeah, I remember doing a 24-hour stream and I was real proud of that because I stayed up for the entirety of it.
Nice.
I was like, no, we ain't sleeping. No naps. No naps. But it was a fun time.
What did you fill the 24 hours with? Was it all one game or were you like jumping around to stuff?
I did so many games.
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell you. I don't even remember the name. I don't even remember the name of the game. What was it that I ended with? It was just some weird 2-player co-op thing. I think like the Backrooms was really popular at the time too. Which
sure.
I want to play the Backrooms again, but no one wants to play because the reviews on some of them are not good. And I'm like, please, I just want to play.
If you want to find some shitty multiplayer games, you send them my way. We can play some Steam dumpster games. I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool.
It'll be fun for all.
I'll just put like a photo of myself out online. Like I'll do like a photo and like a game and be like, play with me maybe, and I don't know, I'll like post it. I'll post them, and if people respond, I'll make a group and we'll figure that out. But you know, besides that, we'll work on it. I have some cool like little layouts that for stream stuff that I am like excited about too. How many arms does the model have? 4.
For your 24-hour stream, were you celebrating anything, or like were you doing it? I mean, obviously you just had more free time, but was there something that you were like doing that for, or did you just want to try to do it?
I hit a follower goal. I could figure that out real quick. Just momento. But yeah, I remember I hit a follower goal and I was just like really proud, and I was like, yay! And I think like my friend helped me make like the photo for it and everything. But yeah, my friend helped me make like a little photo so I could post it on the Tweeter Bird app. Mm-hmm. And I was just like really proud. I was like, yay, this is so awesome, and I was so excited. What was the goal? I don't even remember what the goal was. I know I have a photo of it. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Thankfully, I do not post religiously onto social media.
Yeah, me neither. Every once in a while, I'm like, boy, I haven't posted anything in like 2 weeks. Maybe I should try. And they never work. Probably because I post every couple weeks. So then I'm like, yeah, well, guess I'll just go back to just lurking and finding information about stuff.
Okay, so it was for my 300 followers. I was such a baby.
Nice. Yeah.
Such a little baby.
Well, you know, on the subject of followers, you know, how have you overall felt about like your rate of growth, like the growth that you've had? Like, have you had any times that were like particularly frustrating, or have you had any like, you know, how do you feel about your growth as a content creator?
My growth as a content creator. So to be honest, when I started, I wasn't like really expecting a lot, because I just found this as something, what is it? Just something to do in my free time.
Sure.
So to be honest, when I started, I wasn't even doing this regularly. I think I streamed like 4 times in like the first month I started streaming.
Classic. Same way for me. Very extremely relatable.
Yeah, but the next thing I knew, there was people coming back, so I got like excited to talk with these people. So I was like, ooh, buddies, yay. And they just kept coming back and back and back. And I was like, oh, well, now I want to keep going online. And then next thing I knew, I was making new models, making schedules, getting overlays, figuring out stream stuff. But growth-wise, I feel like it's about as where I expected. You know?
That's fair.
Like, I have been putting more stuff out there. Like, doing like the TikToks, which I need to do a little more. It's been a minute, so do like TikToks, do like do YouTube videos. I've been doing more of that, just because like I just really enjoy everything about content creation. Because what is it? I started off being like, I don't know how I feel about this. That's just, that's a whole different world. I could never. But the more I got into it, the more I was like, oh, this is sick. I want to do more of this. I want to get friends in it. I want to, like I've gotten 2 friends to do VTubing stuff.
Excellent.
And what is it? One friend even got like a custom chibi model, and the other friend drew her own PNG tuber. So she drew all the separate layers and everything, so it could like be like the bouncy ones that move.
Yeah. The PNG tuber plus, or they usually call it. Like they have a lot of those are cool models. Like those are really expressive PNGs. I'm always kind of impressed by those. As far as like a really simple way to get started, they're still like really interesting and expressive. And
so I got her to draw herself as that with her little character, because she's always had a character for herself. We even did like booths together, like we sold artwork together at like the same booth.
Cool.
Because I have done booths before, but I sold pictures of chibi dogs.
Have you moved away from doing booths? Has it been a while, or do you still do them?
I just haven't, unfortunately, been available during the times that the cons are up here.
Sure.
So that's like my main thing, as I'm just like, well, or like I think last year I wanted to, but they all sold out. Like I think
out of booth space.
Yeah, like the first week, and I was like, damn, okay, I guess I'm not doing a booth. Also, like this year, like the prices have gone up like a ton, so it's great.
Yeah. The cons have been kind of going wild.
Yeah, because no one wants to pay for because the thing is, the booth is still the same length table, but there's more space behind the booth area, so they're charging more for the space behind the area.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, so it's like, if you don't need the area, you're just spending more money for no reason. And so all the super cheap ones already sold out. So I'm like, damn. I have to spend like an extra $100 compared to everyone else. But yeah, wait, hold on. The topic though. Growth-wise. Sorry, I got off track.
Yeah. I dragged you off track. It's fine.
But yeah, no, I think I'm about where I expected myself to be, and I'm excited to reach 1K on Twitch.
Yeah, you're closing in on that.
I'm getting close to 100 on YouTube as well. So like that's really exciting. I already passed 1K on TikTok. I'm not gonna lie. When my first
TikTok's wild.
When my first video started getting like likes and stuff, I thought I was getting canceled or something. Because I made this TikTok and I was like, oh God, I was so tired. I remember, I was like editing it and I was like, you know what? I think that's good enough. Edited it, posted it, rolled over, took a nap, and I woke up to my phone going like beep, beep,
just constantly
beep,
harassing
like,
you.
Yeah, and I was like, what's going on? And then 500 likes later, and like 700 followers later, and I was like, what's happening? And I was like, oh shit, I'm getting canceled. It's happening.
This is it. This is how I go.
Yeah. And then I looked at my phone and people were like, oh, funny video. Good job. And I was like, oh. I was like, that's awesome, because I don't know. I don't know video making, so video making is always so weird to me. It's like sometimes I'm like, I don't think this is edited enough, and then sometimes the ones that are edited less do like better.
Yeah, also, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I tried TikTok.
More edited works, I don't know.
I tried TikTok a little bit for like a couple weeks, but it's just like nothing hooked up, and I was just like, I can't try to keep up like a second platform. So I went back to just like occasionally uploading stuff to like the YouTube shorts, because I could not get anything on TikTok. But like even shorts don't work all that well for me. I just don't find myself to be particularly like clippable. I don't know, it's not really the style of content. It's not exactly like chaotic over here to catch like those perfect 30 to 60 second clips that like people gravitate towards. So it's like, I spend more of my time explaining weird stuff like second order thinking and complicated topics of anti-capitalism and shit, and like nobody's here on TikTok for that nonsense from some weird AI looking goofball.
I was so excited to realize I can make my own perfectly cut screams, because sometimes I scream too much.
Okay, that's a good one.
So some of my videos are literally just like, I was like, oh, I can make this a perfectly cut screen video, and it does pretty okay. So I'm like, you know what? That's all I needed.
Yeah, I've been recently trying to get back into getting shorts done a little bit better. I have enlisted my chat, who's been doing a good job of tossing me times and things of like, hey, this would be a pretty decent like clip. And then that's the other thing that's annoying about YouTube, though, is that Twitch, you can just like easily get clips because they can just get immediately grabbed by chat. But over on, YouTube, you have to actually like download the entire VOD and go and clip them out, which is a huge pain. But I have been trying to get back into doing that a little bit more, but like maybe just edit it less, just get things up, because anything is better than not having anything. So it's like, hey, well, we'll try.
Yeah, like you get a clip up, anywhere, even if it's not as big as like some other sites. You maybe get a few views, you get a few eyes. That's more eyes than you had before.
Yeah, and even if a bunch of people weren't interested in it, like they don't matter. All that matters is you might have gotten like 2 people that were like, oh, I'll go check that out. It's like, great, thank you.
Yeah, so it's like, you get like maybe you get a singular follower, but that's still one more person from just sharing a clip of like something you enjoyed,
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that you can share that on multiple platforms. Actually, one platform that does pretty good for me is Instagram.
I've heard that from some people mentioning that they've had decent luck on Instagram. I've also heard very recently that Instagram is being like overrun by freaking crazy porn accounts, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh yeah, no. Thankfully, I get a lot of I get good interaction from Instagram, including what is it? I think like the top people on my Instagram is like the demographic is Filipinos.
Sure, why not?
And also Pakistan. I don't know what I got going on, but that's what was on the location thing.
Hey, we'll take them.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? If people like them, that's all that matters. So
that's right.
But so I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
What inspired your model to be so like, I don't know the word, geometrical, geographical, like the
very geometric and
geometric.
So that's actually kind of an interesting specific question to answer. So a big part of what led my model to be what it is part of things that I like. I like sort of the tech punk aesthetic in general. So like we're in the right ballpark. But what defined some of the aspects are historically working around my own limitations, because I made this model from scratch all the way back just like from the beginning to here, it's been a continuous project of modification and change. So when I first started, I used Vroid, and I made do with a very limited ability of like illustrating. Like I don't have illustration skills, which is partially what led to very straightforward, like solid color on black. Like I didn't need to shade, I didn't need to be good at that stuff. And so as things continued to progress, I started bringing in more 3D elements, but then I started working in Blender, and I'm also bad at Blender. But the simple things to get out of Blender, because there's just a plugin to make platonic solids, which are like the tetrahedron, octahedron, icosahedrons, you know, all of the basic shapes from like Plato, thus the platonic solids. So I was easily able to produce those, which has heavily informed the sort of very geometric style. And that, of course, has gotten significantly more complex than when I first started using it, because like I got a little bit better at Blender, and so now I have shapes outside of those platonic solids, like the chevrons, like the goofy looking plates, the various other shapes that are involved. Oh, the plates, the pointy plate guys, but all of those that I just then became better at making and bringing out of Blender. So that's a big part of specifically why it's very geometric, because it was something that I could more readily get out of Blender, and it sort of is also reminiscent of like 3D pixelation, if you will, because like I'd always liked the sort of semi-transparent only part of a thing existing. And so like in 2D, you would do that with solid pixels and empty pixels. And so in 3D, it sort of ends up similarly, where I have shapes combined with nothing vaguely connected to other shapes. So like that's where we end up.
I get that. Like, sometimes you just gotta make do with what you have.
Yep.
Honestly.
Yep.
Like, there's like, I'm still learning as I can. Like, you know, as someone who surfs the cesspool of Twitter, I see a lot of people going through it because they don't know how to draw certain hairstyles, or because they don't know how to do like certain body shapes, or certain skin colors. And I was like, you know what? I'll just learn to do it all. You know, like obviously if I'm still learning something, I'll like forewarn someone like, hey, I'm not like the best at specifically this, but I could still try my best. And if you don't like it, you could just tell me. Oh, Jesus.
Bald time.
But yeah, so I'm like, yeah, so if, what's the word? If you don't like it, you know, you could tell me, and we could try to either work on something that you do like, change it to, maybe, you know, I could try to practice a bit more and try to get a style that's closer to something that would make you happy, or, you know, we could try for a different style, or if you don't want to do that, like, you know, that's fine. Maybe I'm not the artist for you, and I understand that. Because, you know, there's going to be someone out there who can do what you want to do. It's just finding them, you know. But I also don't want to shun away people because I'm not good at something, you know. Like, like what is it? I have a friend who is like a really cool snake VTuber, but the thing is, she is just a snake, and I'm like, I don't know how to draw that.
I don't know. Can't draw a snake.
Like she's like a snake person.
Lamia?
Yeah. You know, with the snoot and all. So I'm like, I don't know I don't know how to draw that because I've never drawn that. But it doesn't mean I don't want to, because now that I have a snake friend VTuber, I want to draw it.
Now you gotta figure it out.
Now I have to figure it out. It's because I am persistent. And it hasn't been going great. Well, I don't know about that. You know, that's still debatable. But, you know, I'm trying.
Yeah, and I mean, that's that's very similar to what's driven me on my model, because like I did what I could, and then I just learned new stuff. Like half of the new additions or especially the new redeems that I toss in, or just like me having an opportunity to experiment on some new thing in Unity that I've discovered or came across. I'm like, can I make that work? How does that work? Can I do this? Can I do that? And then, you eventually get where you're happier. But yeah, on the subject of like working within your means and people asking to have stuff done, is I occasionally get somebody coming in to ask like, hey, would you ever take model commissions? And I'm like, generally no, because I can make my vision come to life. I definitely can't make anybody else's vision come to life. I have a very, very narrow scope of style that works. Mm-hmm. Kappa had mentioned, Kappa, my sister, the one person that I think I may have also wrangled into VTubing. I made her model, but it was close enough in style that I was able to work with it.
Oh, I've never seen the model. I'm kind of curious on what it looks like.
Oh, hold on. I probably have it. I can just masquerade for a moment. I have all of the models.
Oh, God.
Just a thing I can do. There we go.
Oh,
this is the other one.
Sick. That's sick. I love that. What? I see you have fingers.
Well, yes. Always fingers, but like I'm much more normal looking. It's weird. Also, Kappa hates when I do this though, just because she finds it weird seeing the model with my voice.
Oh, don't worry, I'm beautiful. Oh, you sure are. That's the old one?
No, is that the old one? That should be up to date, isn't it?
Oh no, wait. It's an okay one. Okay. I'm here for it.
Yeah, that should be up to date.
Yeah, that looks awesome though.
Yeah.
Like once I
some significant similarities in tone, if nothing else.
Yeah, like once I feel more confident in like so I have like some people I'm doing their I'm kind of like in like the same boat where I'm like, I don't want to really open commissions for this right now for like the character designs, but doesn't mean I'm not working on them. And once I like get to like doing them and I'm like, oh, like, like once I feel like they're good, I'll probably like open up commissions, but I'll only do like one person at like a time, like because I find it a lot easier. Okay, my one irk as an artist is hearing about other artists that don't communicate.
I was just gonna get on that topic about that with like taking commissions, because like there's so many people in I don't know if it's specific to the VTuber like space, but that's where I lurk most on Twitter, so I see it all there, where like people just get in over their heads. They'll just take whatever commissions but totally be unable to fulfill them, but take them anyway, and then just like throw people under the bus, not communicate. It's like it's ridiculous.
And that's why on VGen I changed my commissions to be like waitlist only, because if I do waitlist, that means I can accept the person when I am ready for the commission. Right. But it doesn't mean that they won't have a chance for it. Or if I really can't, then I can just decline them there, and then they can move on, like not have to wait, or, maybe they go, oh, she's too busy or something, maybe next time, or they'll go, oh, like, this artist I wanted isn't available. Let me try another artist, because I'm not going to be upset that like someone goes to another artist. That's life.
Sure.
And I get that. I'm not always available. And as much as I wish I could draw all the time, I don't get that anymore. Life's busy, life's hectic, and also trying to fit a gym schedule in there once or twice a day is kind of a lot.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'm spending like 4 to 5 hours in that damn gym.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy when you know the employees by name, bro.
Yeah. Well,
the morning crew and the night crew.
There's worse things. That's just called building a community, like being known in your neighborhood, or Well, you're
But no, they're really chill though. I always bring like silly things to the gym. Like recently, I got this new a tumbler, or is it thermos? I got a new thermos that is the shape and size of a Pringles can, and it has the design of sour cream and onion.
That's
Pringles.
funny.
So
oh yeah, just drinking out of my Pringles can. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, it is an actual thermos, but sometimes people don't get that. Like I always wear silly shit to the gym. Like I think one time I wore this shirt and it said I work out, and then it said just kidding. Let's go get pizza or something like that. Like
there's like so many layers of irony to wearing that to the gym.
Yeah. But yeah, what was it? What crap? Oh, but the art thing though. Eventually though, for specific people, I would like to help create designs that people like, but on a one-on-one thing. So like I can just like for like one of the people that I'm working on when I get the chance, because I'm just making this because I love them. So I'm just like
Sure.
And I wanted to do something and challenge myself. So I was like, you know what? Here, I'm making you this awesome design. Here you go. And we're in like a little channel on like a Discord, and I just send them pictures and like, or what is it? I made them make a Pinterest board. So they made a board, they added me to the board, and I'm like, okay, cool. And what was it? One of the things was like they were talking about wanting like a little bit thicker model. So I was like, okay, I added a bunch of photos of like thicker looking photos or artwork, and I was like, just delete the ones you don't like. So she goes, okay. So she deletes those. I work on a body, I work on a model, like, you know, like I work on the shape, and she's like, okay, I like the shape. And it's a lot of back and forth, because in the end, I want you to be happy with my design. I don't want you to be like, oh, I wasn't really sure how I felt about this later. Or like, oh, she didn't tell me about, you know, this next steps, and I wanted all these things changed. And I don't want you changing everything on me. Like, like realistically, I want to go through everything. What is it? I want to go through everything and make sure like people like, and they're proud to be like, oh yeah, Very made me my character design, because that's what I want. That's what I want. That's my goal. I want to be like I said. I want to do that for people. At least 3.
At least 3. It's very specific.
At least I feel like 3 is a good starting number, you know, for a goal.
Yeah, I think that's true.
So once we get to 3, we'll think bigger. Maybe 10.
Yeah, hit those 3 first, and then you can worry about making it bigger.
Because like I see some people who do like they do designs that are just like, oh, what is it? Just like they sell like these chibi designs, and they're just like, here you go, chibi design. Buy it for 120 and buy it for commercial cost for 200, and they just sell them like hotcakes. And I'm like, damn, you really be drawing chibis here for $200, and you sold 2 of them already for commercial price.
Yeah, making that money.
Yeah, so I'm like, just some good shit. But also I like the idea of making things more personal, especially because of recent drama going on in the VTuber sphere. Don't get me wrong, I understand you guys want your belt straps on your legs, and you know, you want the bajillion hair clips in your hair. You know, you want that one X-shaped hair clip on one side, the double hair clip on the other side.
The double. But where's the triple hair clip?
You want the uneven stockings, and I get that.
Are you describing Fuamoko right now? Is that what you're doing?
No.
I think that was Fuwawa that you were just describing.
No. There's a specific person who is trying to say that someone, it's not even one of the bigger drama, but there's a specific person saying that someone is copying their design, and part of the reason is
Are you talking about the very recent? Oh no, not the black hair. Okay.
No.
I actually had a drama section to potentially talk about because this last week has been insane in VTuber Twitter as far as drama. Holy shit.
No, okay. So the thing is, there was like the whole thing about the girls, and then like the whole drama between their character designs being too similar. Yep. And then I literally saw a post being like, oh, people shouldn't be putting so much like attention to this because people are going to use this as a way to gain clout. And then literally like 4 posts under that, I see a post that's like, this person tried to steal my design. They're a different character entirely. Like it's like they're one is like bright colored with like yellows, and the other one's like darker with like red, but they have black hair, and they both have a leg belt. And see, this is why I do not stand the leg belts. I am sorry. I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill.
Not here for the leg belts.
Garter belts are a different story.
Oh, okay.
Just the random leg belts.
Gotcha.
I'm like, there's no reason. And then now you got people trying to be like, they're stealing my design because I put a leg belt on, and they have a boob window and I have a boob. It was so bad. I thought it was satire. It was not satire. I found out.
It's like psychologically damaging to go through a lot of this drama on Twitter. Like, I can't even handle the nonsense that comes out of these inevitably. Like, there's no way to get out of these dramas, like even to just view it without just being like, why are people like this? Because there's always going to be somebody that you're just like, why are you like this? Like, because like you see the entire gamut of stupid opinions, because it's like, well, and it's the thing is those sorts of dramas are actually very challenging to figure out how best to navigate, right? Because it's like, oh, those two are very similar, but it in some senses there is the issue of the Streisand effect of like bringing attention to it, and yes, building clout. There's also the possibility that they didn't actually copy you at all, and you just have very common tropes in your design already. So you
just have overlapping themes, and it's insane. It's just
because the thing is there have been instances. There was that one that copied Shy Lily, and the thing with that one, like that one was pretty bad because eventually she did admit that she was copying, because she actually changed the way like her speech patterns to match Shy Lily's, and I was like, okay, now we're getting pretty friggin' weird. Like that's odd. Like that's okay, but then it just keeps coming up, and it's like, then you have people coming back and being assholes about it, and then it's like, okay, well now if you're a larger streamer who's yelling at some smaller streamer for possibly coincidentally getting a design like yours, now you're just sending hateful followers because they just do that. Like you if you put a target on somebody and you're a large creator, some of your audience will go there and hassle them. Like, it's inevitable. They just will.
Oh, and also my one thing that I don't like about large creators, and here's the thing, some large creators, they're amazing and sweet and awesome, and I'm like, oh, you guys are lovely people, but then they hear and go and say, my community would never do that, and I'm like, how would you know?
Then you are ignorant.
They were like, I know that I did all this, or I don't know, like there's all this drama, but like my community would never do that to you. And I'm like, no, your community, you have thousands upon thousands of fans who adore you. They absolutely would. They would say terrible things. They would gang up on someone for you because they like you, and they're not going to stand for it.
And more importantly, I find the trend with those, I mean, the trend with that sort of creator who would say that, honestly, are also the ones who treat all of their, like, all of the community too kindly, almost. Because they're always so comfy that they can't possibly chastise their community, I feel like. And so, of course, it fosters some subset of the community that would do that. Because, like, I can think of a few creators that I think actually do have communities that would not do that. But that is because when like they learn that maybe their community did that, they don't say, my community would never do that. They go in there and they're like, okay, you little bastards, every one of you has to stop that or you're gone forever. Like, if I find whoever did that, you are gone. Like, they actually excommunicate bad members. Like, that's how you keep a community, like, together and not toxic.
Can someone clip post saying, okay, you little bastards? Oh, but no. I agree. It does get a little harder at a certain point once you like a lot bigger. But
it is.
And that's why I think like at a certain point it's like no matter what you say, people are gonna do whatever.
Yes.
Like and that's why I'm just like, nah. I like, don't get me wrong, I'd like to believe like my community would never go out and hurt people, and be terrible. But unfortunately, I've literally seen people make others uncomfortable in my own community. Yeah. And yeah, I've kicked them out. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're gone. But I can't just blindly trust people I've never met.
It will definitely... Like, I think that's really what I'm getting at, because you're right. It's almost inevitable. There's someone in every community that's like that, but there's a correlation between the people who would say, "Oh, my audience would never do that," and the people that would foster exactly the environment where you definitely have a large contingent of people that would definitely do that, because they're unwilling to police their audience at all, or like they police it in very specific weird ways that, like, as long as you don't say anything, then like, oh, you can stay, and even like regardless of how uncomfortable they might make people feel, or like you find out that they're doing things behind the scenes, it's like, well, they've never done anything bad on stream, and so like you just leave them there. It's like, bro, you gotta cut that shit out.
Yeah, it's just like, you could do like you said earlier, it's just ignorant to think that your community wouldn't do something, because especially as a bigger creator, how are you going to be like, I know my 34,000 followers would never.
Yeah, and
I'm like,
it's either wildly naive or willfully ignorant. And willfully ignorant is far worse. And I think far too often it is willfully ignorant, that they're just like, oh no. And they're just being, bad actors.
Anyways, that's like my biggest hot take, because like I've seen it so often and I'm like, I don't get it. How would you know? You're like, I know, like, because they say I know, but you don't. You don't know all these people.
It's like, it's crazy when people do that, and it's always freaking comfy streamers. I've seen that. I have seen that sort of comparison all the time. It comes up all the time, and it seems like it's always freaking true. Where like the people who proclaim the hardest that they're comfy streamers always have some subset of toxic audience. And those who like portray themselves as some, evil tyrant or whatever, always police the shit out of their audience. And like, you go in there and say something bullshit to hurt somebody, and you're like, you're freaking out. Get out of here. Like, you're not welcome. It's always that way.
Yeah, like, it hurts my brain just thinking about like, what is the thought process? Like, don't get me wrong, hype up your community, but I don't think that's the way to do it. I don't think that's the way to do it. It's
classic avoiding responsibility. They just don't want to feel like they needed to do something differently to rein it in. It's abdicating their fault. Like, oh, well, wouldn't be my audience. If, of course, if they would do that, then they're not really my fans. Or it's just like, it's avoiding blame.
And at the end of the day, who do you think is fighting for you then?
Yeah, it sucks.
Like,
I hate that shit.
You just think some random person who doesn't care about you is out there like, you look like this person.
Yeah.
How dare you, even though I don't care about said person. Like, it's just like, oh my gosh. And that does happen, don't get me wrong. But, like...
Some people just looking for a fight on Twitter.
Twitter is ready for hands at all times.
Yeah.
No, I'm just like, the people who are perpetually online, yeah, sometimes they just want to fight, and I don't know how anyone looks up to them. Like, have you heard more drama about the girls that with the similar models?
I mean, some. I've been keeping up a bit with it.
So, did you hear about the one girl going on to like almost like an interview thing?
Oh God, yes. And how she just said that, like she literally said, "Well, I didn't intend for my audience to cause them harm. I just intended to cause them harm," which was a wild ass thing to say. Holy shit!
I was just like, what?
I was like, all right, well, see you later, Goodwill. Like I'm any benefit of the doubt is like right out the window at that point.
Yeah, or like, cause it's like, it's the asking for advice and then going, no. Like, I think you should do this. I won't. It's like,
you know,
okay.
honestly, what's wild about that is it's clear why she would have been there. It wasn't for like, she was there for the clout. Like, she wasn't there for advice. Otherwise, she would not have been there trying to claim to be causing harm. Like, she would have, like, she wasn't looking for advice. She was there to get clout, which is exactly what she was blaming the other creator of doing, which is real friggin' rich.
Yeah, I'm just, oh my gosh. When I saw that, I was like, no way.
That was, yeah.
I was like, how can you be so bold yet so dumb?
I too was flabbergasted. I was like, wow, you really just went there. Okay, cool. I love that for you.
Yeah. Or like do I regret what I've done? No.
Oh God. Like, whoa, boy.
Like, oh my gosh.
What is, of course, frustrating is that, like, the thing is that it works. That's the frustrating thing. Pieces of shit get more, like, presence on the internet. They get more clout, if you will. They get more people's eyes on their stuff by being shitty, and then they're just like, we'd still grow. Like,
yep.
Your audience is becoming increasingly worse when you do that, of course. But if you don't care, then, well, you don't care, I guess.
Yeah, it's all clout is good clout to them.
It's wild.
Oh, but yeah, that drama with the art stuff is why I like, because I follow a lot of artists. Like, most of the people I follow on Twitter are artists, or maybe just some good VTube friends I met along the way. But like, that's why I'm like, I see all this drama and I'm like, damn, I gotta get better at art or I'm gonna get canceled. I'm gonna try to draw something respectful and get absolutely ripped a new one. I know it.
Yeah, who the hell knows why, but they'll find some reason. Well, yeah, and that's a big reason why I'm also really reticent to take any kind of like commissions. Like, obviously for the issues of, you know, my style's not fitting a lot, but like, I just don't want to deal with like giving somebody a model and then just having to deal with any like after support, right? Like, oh, this happened, that happened. It's like, oh Jesus, I don't want to deal with that.
Imagine like down the line, my experience with Poe L3.
Like, seriously, it's like, I don't even want to deal with it. Like, the only thing that I've ever thought of potentially doing would be, like, if I made, like, a ready-made model or something, and I was, like, just sold it as is. I was like, very straightforward transaction. Like, that's it.
Yeah, because it's like, what is it? I've seen people, like, try to draw, like, chubbier people. And, because that was up for recent topic. And even before then, I've seen people get crap for not drawing them well enough, you know? And I'm like, okay. Like, there's some times where I'm like, okay, I get it. But also, there's some times where I'm like, I think it's good enough. I think it's chubby enough. Because I've seen so many artists, and I've seen so much drawings of people that are just like rude. And so I'm just like, yikes.
Well, that guy was on freaking thin ice anyway.
Yo, no, that guy was for sure.
That guy's a freaking creep.
But there has been other instances where I've seen it.
That is true.
So I'm just like, okay, so what is just like, I'm like, what is described as chubby, or is this or that, or like, oh, there's so much. And then it's like, oh, like there was an artist that was upset with the person who drew their hair. Oh, no. It was a person who commissioned an artist. They weren't happy with the person who drew the hair, and they got the hair changed like twice. And instead of telling the artist that they just weren't happy with the hair, they just said, okay. And they later talked about it, and they were like, they were like, and so the biggest argument people had was, why wouldn't you tell the artist that you didn't like the hair? And she's like, oh, well, like, they just don't know how to draw like this type of hair, and I just gave up after a while.
I remember that specific instance that you're talking about. Because, probably. They were like, I tried a couple times, and then I just gave up. And it's like, okay, well...
Yeah, because I'm like,
you were in direct communication at the time. Like, I don't know what you expect. Like, freaking work it out. That's how human interactions work. Like, figure it out.
I know. Yeah. So I'm just like, I understand being upset because they weren't doing something in the style that represented you the best. But also, you can't just give up on it and say it's not what you want.
Well, and especially like come back later to like badmouth them. It's like,
yeah, you told him it was fine.
Like,
imagine I would be so sad if I worked really hard and someone asked for something to be changed like several times, and then they went, oh, that's good, and I'm like, oh, cool, awesome. Like, in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. This is awesome. I'm glad they like it. Finally, after so many tries.
And it's like, oh yeah, got it now. Great.
And a month down the line, I get a Google Doc made about me.
Yeah.
Like, I thought you liked it, bro.
It's like, I thought we were good. Yeah, it sucks. I already think I remember seeing that incident. It was crazy.
Yeah, no, it's just like, oofta.
Oofta indeed.
Yeah, it's just I don't want to end up being in that boat where I'm going through it because someone didn't tell me that they weren't happy.
Yeah. And I agree. It's a big part of why I'm just like, I don't know if I want to jump on that particular grenade of starting to sell commissions where somebody can come back and just have a problem later. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, no, you know what sucks too is like, actually, I got scammed for a commission a little bit ago. So I had commissioned a custom overlay for my Just Chatting screen because I like my Just Chatting screen, but like I specifically wanted one that was going to be lore related, and I was gonna save that for like the future. I was like, oh, it's gonna be so sick when it comes out, and it's gonna be such a vibe. And then what is it? Because they had a give me a second. But they had a sale, so I was like, okay, cool. Messaged them, told them my idea, because their stuff was like, it was like skeb. So I was like, that's fine. But they said skeb, but like, like give your input on like what your idea is, like what your vision is. Yeah. So I basically gave them like a tiny mood board of like the idea, the colors, the theme, and they were like, oh yeah, that's awesome. That's great. And I was like, oh, heck yeah. So, I was like, okay, cool, and I'm very patient with artists. I am extremely patient. I have waited a year and a half for something I've never gotten. Because, they ended up deleting all their accounts. And the same thing happened with this artist, because eventually I get a notice from VGen that their account is closed for ghosting clients. And I'm like, no way. And the thing is, when VGen, closes an account, you can still see the name, but everything else is blank. And I'm like, I can't even see this person's Twitter to see if their Twitter's still up because I didn't follow them on Twitter. And so I'm like, oh no, are you telling me like I can't even find this person? I couldn't even get my money back because getting money back from PayPal is a nightmare.
Means, to be fair, your odds of getting the money back regardless pretty freaking low.
Yeah, so I was just like, what the heck is this? So yeah, I lost out on that, which I was extremely bummed about because like I had seen their previous work. They had done a lot of work for people, and I'm not sure what happened. I don't know what happened, but I was a little bummed because I was just so pumped for something, and the price was amazing, and I sent out the work, and I had been following them for a while, and then they just yeet themselves from the internet entirely. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know what happened. I can't just be mad and angry at everyone. Maybe something happened, Maybe something terrible happened in their life and they went offline or something. I don't fucking know. And it just piled up and life's too hard. But I don't know that, unfortunately, because nothing was communicated. Because like if someone does tell me something that's going on in their life, I could definitely be skeptical, but I'm never going to just be like, you're lying, because I don't know that.
Yeah.
There's like, who knows? Maybe in the future, if I do get scammed, that happens, and I'm like, oh shit, maybe they were just lying. But also, there's that chance that it's just a person who is actually just struggling, and they do want to finish your piece, and they just need extra time. And
that sort of thing happens, I think, a lot.
Yeah, and I just don't want to be... I don't want to be that person who is just like, excuse me, you promised me this at this date. Because like I don't have like a specific well, for some people who plan on debuting at like a specific time, I get that that's like important to them.
For sure.
But for me, I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing. Like I have nothing planned. Everything is random. So I'm just like, you know what? It's fine. Like if it's late, it's late. I really don't mind. I'll still tip them too if it's awesome. Like I don't care. Give me good art, and I will give you a lovely review and a good tip.
Equivalent exchange.
Equivalent exchange. You give me what I want, I give you good review and money.
That's right.
More money. But yeah. It's just like that. The possibility of not knowing makes me just not want to potentially make someone's time even worse.
Yeah. I have a follow-up to that, but hold that thought, because I'm actually going to get up and run to the bathroom real quick. I will be back momentarily. Can you entertain chat in my absence?
I'll do my best.
All right, I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Oh god, that face is terrifying. Why you gotta leave with that face, bro? Also, hold on. I got post chat up too, so I can see both of you guys now. Hello. Hope you're all doing good. Most friends are young and don't know how to have professional interactions. Absolutely. Just the tip. What are you saying? It's amazing. Hello, High Priestess. Hi, Roa. He's so happy. Those are. He's I think he's happy. Yeah. That looks like a happy man if I've ever seen it. Our overlord is pretty. Pretty man. Pretty shiny man. I like it though. But hon, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, be careful getting scammed. That's my only thing. I've only been scammed twice. But at the same time, I think one person just ran away because they got too overwhelmed. Because they told me they got overwhelmed, and I was like, that's fine, I'll wait. And they were like, really? And I was like, yeah. And then they messaged me later, like 6 months later, and they were like, I'm so sorry it's taken so long. If you have anything, like, they were like, I'll finish your stuff in a week. And if I don't, you can cancel me and say all this terrible stuff about me. And I was like, that's fine. I can wait. And they were like, you're so nice. So blah, blah, blah. And then 2 weeks later passed. And yeah, they were just, 2 weeks later passed. And I found out all their socials were gone. So I was like, okay, that's what I get for waiting. Understood.
I return.
Welcome back.
Why, thank you.
Happy
But yeah,
kid.
I similarly have had somebody run off with the money, so to speak. But I don't believe it to have been a scam. I think it was a real situation of getting overwhelmed and then, like, not knowing how to extricate them from the situation. So they just, like, ghosted, essentially.
You know, I was just talking about the same thing. It was actually for my it was for my first logo design. And like, yeah, because they did amazing logo designs. I loved their logos. It was awesome. But then eventually, like, I realized they were doing a lot of work for the price. But basically they had told me, like, they got too many orders in. And I was like, that's fine, I'll wait. I waited like a year and a half, and then they just disappeared.
Yeah, because, like, mine was someone who opened up, like, specifically emergency commissions, because they were, like, trying to get donations to, like, move houses, because, like, they were in dire straits. And so then they were like, oh, or you could do emergency commissions, and, like, then I'll do some art for you. And I was like, you know what, sure. Because at the time I was like, yeah, maybe I'll just throw them a few bucks to help them out.
Oh yeah,
they seem to have been, like, truthfully in trouble or whatever, and so I was like, and then I can get art, and, like, they made a sketch for me, so, like, they were working on it at the time, and then after.
Oh no, continue. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just like they made a sketch, and then, you know, I started to try to keep contact with them and be like, hey, you know, how's it going? And then it just, like, fell off. And so then it's like, well, I'll just mute them on Twitter so I never have to worry about it again, and moved on with my life.
I have forced someone to take back their PayPal request for a certain amount of money after I commissioned them because I wasn't able to double tip them. So, like, what happened was they what was it? So they did emergency commissions, and it was like it was a little chibi pixel guy, pixel guy, and it was like $15, and I really liked it though, but I think they lowered the price to be $10, and then they had it to where it was still I think it was, so it was $10, but then I noticed I wasn't able to tip them because I was just gonna give them $30 for it, and I was like, excuse me, can you take this back and send me a different one?
Send me a bigger bill.
No, I was like, can you send me one that lets me tip you, please? And they were like, oh, okay, thank you. And then I gave them, like, the double, and I was just like, there you go. There you go. No, yeah. I do not need your cheaper commissions. I just want to support you because I can. And I got a really cute chibi out of it. I wonder if I can still find it. I know it's in a folder somewhere. It's like an old design now. But I just remember being like, so I was like, little guy, cute little guy. Fine, I'm gonna look for it, but we'll keep chatting.
Yeah, I wish I could find more artists that I felt like I could get stuff from. Well, and the part of it is that, like, I can't bring myself to spend too much money on those sorts of stuff, because, like, as far as investing into the channel, I'm much more focused at the moment of trying to, like, find ways to directly try to benefit growth, essentially, because I'm trying to get to the freaking 500 subs so I can end up getting YouTube partner.
So I'm like, I'd be way better working with like an editor over getting various arts, because it's like, well, I mean, I need people to show up and have content for people to show up to, rather than necessarily like getting more chitties or getting a different overlay or a newer logo. All things that I contemplate getting because it'd be nice, and it's just like,
Yeah.
so many things that you can, put your money towards when you're streaming.
There's definitely some art that I haven't been the happiest with, but that's on me because there's been art that I'm like, oh, this looks so adorable and I want it. But then I get it and I'm like, this doesn't really fit my style. Like,
right.
Like, I get it and I'm like, oh, this does not fit my character. Like, it's still cute, but like personally I'm just like, but I still tip them and give them a nice review and stuff because they did
right.
they did what they promised. And what is it, sometimes I'm so patient, people will just be like, discount over here please. They're like, pay me off of VGen and I'll give you a slight discount, and I'm just like, okay. But also, I don't like doing that anymore because if I, like, don't get me wrong, it's nice that they want to give me a discount. But now if I do that, I can't give them a review.
Yeah, VGen's...
Yeah, and
and there's a lot of... VGen's done a good job of, like, increasing its capabilities as a platform to sort of encourage actual use of its systems. One, because, like, it's got better protections now so that it's less likely you're going to get scammed, which is nice. But then as well as like the reviews and the ways that you can like boost their recognition and stuff like that, which is all good.
And it's just like it's just neat. It's just neat. I like the tip boosts. I still think the artist should have 100% of the tip.
I agree.
Because
that's
I do
true.
think I think that's a little stinky.
I agree.
Respectfully, why are the artists not getting their entire tip money? It's like, I guess it's nice because you're boosting the artist in a sense, so their stuff is being more visible. But
yeah,
but they should still get all the money that tips for their good work.
Strange. It's a little bit strange.
Yeah. So there's or like like, okay, a positive update. VGen added their own thing to show cues for like how far people are in their wait list. And you know what? My ass made a Trello account, which is the exact same damn thing.
I was just about to say, was it like a Trello board essentially?
I know. I was so mad. Part tip, not the whole tip. Yeah, you don't get the whole, if you commission someone on VGen, they do not get the whole tip if you tip them. But it does boost their account, though.
Yeah, which is the defense of it, because it's like, it's not technically a tip, it's a boost, which some goes to them, and then some of it pays to essentially advertise for the creator. So it's like,
yeah.
It still feels kind of shitty. Like, it doesn't feel great. I can see their argument for it, but like, meh.
So it can be a smelly time. But yeah, so here I made my Trello all nice. I spent so much trying to like modify it so when I move things, it does everything I wanted to do. And then what was it, like a little bit later, I opened up Twitter and VGen's like, hello, we have made basically our own version of Trello on the website. And I'm like, oh, the fuck do I do with my Trello now? I'm like, what do I do with my Trello now?
Use Trello to organize your your chores and stuff. It's good for that too. Yeah,
so it's a thing. It's a thing. I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I'll organize meetings with people or something through Trello. I don't know.
Organize your streams.
Organize my streams.
Set up your schedules and streams and stuff. Who knows?
Who knows?
So many things you can use Trello for.
But anyways, yeah. But now we have VGen version of Trello, which is it's good. It works. It's good. It does the job. it does the job, and it's literally right there on the website, so I don't have to keep constantly logging in.
Because it's even if all these features aren't like perfect, God, it is pretty nice to have all of it in the one place. Because like commissioning is hard. Like,
yeah. Oh my gosh. Or also, this has happened to me 3 times where I have gotten people's commissions on VGen, and I message them on VGen, no response. I email them, no response. And I'm like, okay. I message them on Twitter, no response. And I'm like, hello. One of them I had to Twitch whisper for response.
Twitch doesn't even have Twitch whispers anymore, right?
I thought it did. Hold on.
I thought they got rid of it.
Oh no, they're still there.
Really? Bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're still there, I promise.
Amazing. I will say sometimes I do kind of wish that like YouTube had something similar, because there is benefit, although I know Twitch is implementing better tools for it, for like essentially more so from back in the days when I was modding for streamers rather than actually doing the streaming. Would be like, it was nice to be able to whisper somebody and be like, hey dumbass, shut the hell up, like you're doing something stupid, like like it's a good way to send warnings. But I think Twitch is implementing now an actual like direct way to say like anonymously warn somebody in chat directly to them, to be like, hey, you're doing something stupid, chill, read the rules again.
So it's a warning thing. And so for me in OBS, I click on someone's name, and there's like a hazard thing that says warn. And so when you click that, all of the rules that you have listed show up. So you can either do custom reason, or you can do like one of your rules. Like one of them is like no doxing. So if someone sees that someone in my chat is like doxing, or like one of them is like no spoilers or something. So if someone sees someone's doing spoilers, like a mod, they can click no spoilers and then send warning, and they will get a warning that says to not post spoilers. Which is like super handy.
It is. That was a good addition they made. Twitch does a lot of stupid shit, but that one I was like, that's a good one. Like that's a good one.
Yeah, like I like it, but the thing is, so I literally had a thing that said I had like 2 rules, and then I said the rest of the rules are in the about section. So then I was like, oh shit, now I gotta put all my rules out there.
Actually have to add to the rules.
Yeah, because like I had all these rules, but I'm like, oh, but now it'll make my mod's life easier if I just have all the rules out there, so that if someone is breaking something, they can just warn them. And so I'm like, well, that's actually really fucking useful. So yeah, so we're just going through.
Actually, perfectly segueing into another one of my questions that I had not got to yet. Do you have any good stories of like creeps showing up in the chat that needed, chastised, warned, and or yeeted into the sun?
Let's see. I had someone say some not so comfy things. They got timed out for a week. Because they are regular. So I was like, you gotta chill.
Gotta freaking chill.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know where all that came from. And then there was the person that gave me the boyfriend application. So
okay, could you expound on that?
Someone was like, you want boyfriend? And I was like, huh? And I was like, what are you talking about? And this is when my DMs are open. This is why I don't have DMs open anymore on Discord.
Sure.
Well, not just because of that. There's been multiple reasons.
Yeah.
But part of it is because so they DM'd me, and it was like a Google Doc that had all their stuff. It was like their age, their sign, that like one test to see how dirty you are.
Yeah, the rice purity test, that one specifically, or another?
Oh no! It's like it's got like a bunch of colors. What is it called? It's like it tells you how vanilla you are and the other stuff. And yeah. The BDSM test? Oh no way. Okay, that one.
There's plenty of wild ass tests that could be for sure.
So anyways, they had their score, their sheet on it as well. So they listed off their pros and cons. Loves cuddles, is pretty decent at cooking, has their own vehicle, and I was like, homie, no way.
Thinking about that stuff, I'm just like, surely they can't be serious, right? Like, even it's a shitty joke if it is a joke, and they should feel bad. However, like, surely they can't be serious, and they can't think that this would work ever under any circumstances.
Especially because it was like, I don't even think I knew him for that long. Maybe like a stream or two. Like,
wild.
So there's that. I've had like some pretty parasocial people, which is also why I don't have my DMs open. Like people who, what's the word? I've had some people that are just like, oh yeah, we're friends though, and I'm like, I don't know you that well. We're not friends, and they're like, oh, it's okay if you don't think we're friends. I still believe that we are friends. Like they said this to me.
We are friendly acquaintances. You need to.
I was like, that is the definition of parasocial. What do you mean?
Sure is.
I was like, you can't just tell me something parasocial. Oh, and then they went, but it's okay. I know it's not parasocial because I understand what parasocial is.
Do you? I don't think you do.
Yeah, so I was just like, I don't like this. And
yeah.
And for a while they chilled out, but then like they went off the rails in a friend of mine's chat, not in their stream, like in their Discord, and they basically admitting that the VTuber and the person are not the same people.
I hate that stupid ass attitude. I know exactly what you're talking about. I see people on I haven't seen it lately, but it used to be a really freaking not common. It was a thing that came up on Twitter that I'd see it. Be like, oh no.
Yeah.
I'm just simping for the fictional character. It's like voice actor and a character in an anime. It's like, you're freaking weird, bro. Like, that's weird. Don't do that.
Yeah, so people are like, oh, you're not the same person. I was like, if I was playing a character, like, completely, like, I was fully in character, involved in my lore,
Yeah, like
I could see it a little more, but I also I'm just like, there's still people behind that, bro.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable to believe that there are some VTubers who that may be more true for, that like they view themselves and their characters as far more distant because they're more acting, more like voice acting, more into that. But like, that's still weird. Like, are you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even if that's the case, you're still talking to the person whose voice. Like, that's weird. Don't do that.
Yeah, because they also said, what was it? Because they used me as the comparison and said I wasn't a real person.
Well, that's really gonna get in your good graces.
Yeah, I was like, okay, so first you say that we're friends and that you're not parasocial after telling me that you will always think of us as friends, even though I told you I wasn't cool with it. But now you're saying I'm not a real person.
Well, excuse me, you need to stop talking. See, I'm talking to Viridian right now. I don't need to listen to you. So if you'll excuse me, like, wild ass attitude. What the hell is wrong with people?
Yeah, so I was, but yeah, so I was just like, I don't. At that point, I literally, because since I've had multiple instances with him, I told the streamer, because unfortunately we share a lot of community members, including that person. So I was like, hey, just so you know, this person's weirding me out.
Yeah, time for them to go.
I was like, this person's gotta go. So I was like, look, I'm doing my own thing, and I'm yeeting them out of here. You can do whatever you want. And they were like, yeah, that whole interaction felt weird, because like I said, it was in their server. They're like, yeah, that whole thing felt weird. I'm gonna just do the same.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, like I said, that's your own thing. I don't want to this, but the thing is, they also had a past of trying to talk to streamers' friends or mods, because they have also been previously banned. Forewarning, if you have a member in your community and they tell you that they got banned for no reason, they did not get banned for
it was definitely a reason. There's definitely a really good reason that they got banned.
If you know someone who is like, oh yeah, I lost all my friends, they lost them for a damn reason. People don't just lose an entire friend, like for like a majority of times. Also, Cammy, this has happened twice to me already. So I'm like, you know what? I've seen this happen twice already. But the fact that it's just people are like, oh, I've lost all my friends, and I'm like, oh no, so sad.
Like,
and
okay.
then later on, I'm like, I think I know why.
Yeah.
Later on, I'm like, you kind of smelly. I understand why they left. You stink. Like,
Yeah.
They
I
don't
do
wanna
not
be
like
around
your
you.
presence either.
yeah.
Time to go.
Nah, it's just it's just insane. It's insane what people think that they can weasel the way through. I've had ex-chatters think that I didn't remember banning them in the past. And the thing is,
Have you ever had somebody come back and be like, hey, you'd banned my other account and blah, blah, blah. Like,
no, but what happened was, here's the story. So what happened was, I had a chatter come back, or quote unquote, they were a new chatter, but they were like, hey, here's my old account. I don't know what happened. I got locked out and I couldn't log back into it. And long story short, they started getting upset over really little things. Like, they started getting upset over, like, oh, I wouldn't immediately give them back their channel points for something that I couldn't fulfill.
Yeah, you can't even do that. Oh, I see.
Oh, you can.
You can do that,
so-
but you can't, like, give channel points. I thought you were going to say they wanted more channel points from before. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, no. So they were upset because they were like, oh, where's my points? I spent this many points and it didn't do the thing and this and that. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'll give you your points back as soon as I can. But I'm also in the middle of like a game and stuff, and sometimes I'm talking to people and I can't do both, and I don't have mods around all the time. So I'm like, look, I'll do it as soon as I can. And they started getting really upset about that. And at one point, I was like, I don't know why they're being so hostile about channel points. And here's the thing, because of unfortunately banning another person, and making sure they were on my ban list, I was scrolling down to see if I had banned this person, and I found their old username.
Yeah.
Banned a little over like 6 months prior to their new account.
That was a
so
wild amount of
mad.
time to just like come back. Like, what? But like when I was modding for a streamer, we had somebody come back and was like, hey, you'd banned my other account, but I'm back to talk to you. And it's like, bye. What?
Bye.
Bye. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, so it's just it was just like, damn, this dude really didn't think I'd remember, like, I'd see this. Like, they really thought they could get away with this. And don't get me wrong, if I never checked the ban list, they probably would have gotten away with it. But I was so mad
They were
when
creepy
I saw,
enough to get got anyway.
Yeah, so I was so mad that I saw the username while having to ban a different fucking person.
Yeah, already angry. It's like, everybody's gone.
Yeah, and I was scrolling down and I was like, oh, that person that I had, I just double checking, making sure they were banned. because unfortunately they were just being really problematic around everywhere. And I was like, okay, just making sure they're not here. And then I see that name and I'm like, no shot that this person told me their name thinking, oh, she probably doesn't remember. And I was like, you know what? Because here's the thing. I bet that account didn't get locked out.
They just made a new one.
They
were evading so many bans. They just rolled into freaking like, oh, I gotta go get in all. I do not understand that mentality of like, oh, I was banned. I guess I should evade that and come back to do like try again, but also still be horrible. Like I don't understand. Like who why like.
Yeah,
very
so like
strange.
Later on, I guess banning them didn't stop them from Twitch whispering me though.
Oh yeah, like
yeah, I think I still have the Twitch whisper because I'm too lazy to delete my whispers.
When bans and blocks are like different, Twitch is weird about some of that stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I still have the whisper. They went, "Hey Viri, I'm banned in your chat, and I don't know why." Crying face.
You're weird.
I was like, you know exactly why.
Right.
You goblin. Get out of here. I didn't actually say anything because I'm not going to interact with that. And
yeah,
they didn't,
well, yeah.
Yeah, and they didn't push it after that point. So I was like, good. But anyways, yeah, your girl was salty. I was hella salty.
Well, understandable. Yeah, I've been fortunate enough. I say I'm fortunate enough. I don't get that much parasocial weirdos, largely because I'm masculine presenting, so nobody gives a shit. Which, huzzah, privilege, I guess. I did have one freaking goofball show up, though, that was like, just rolled in, started like, well, was just like, oh, you know, a nice model. I was like, oh, thanks, blah, blah, it's great. And they're like, so what do you do? And I was like, what do you mean, what do I do? Like, I'm doing it. I was in the middle of playing a game. Like, we were chatting. I was like, what do you mean, what do I do? And then they, like, immediately went from, like, 0 to 60 and were immediately just like, oh, so you're just, you're all looks, no substance. And I was like, what the heck? It's like, you gotta go. So I timed him out. Well, actually, no, Kappa timed him out. I was willing to start. I was up for a fight, essentially, at that, like, I was like, oh, I will entertain this nonsense. But Kappa's like, I think Kappa had a headache and was just like, I ain't dealing with that shit. He was like timed out immediately. I was like, oh, all right. But what was crazy was after the 10-minute timeout, he just continues to spout off into chat. I was like, you're still here. It's like, no. Did you reflect? Because the thing is after being timed out, we definitely made fun of him for like 5 straight minutes. Like we made fun of that shit solidly. And like, he was still there. I was like, oh, you know what? I respect that you're still here. Like, have you reflected? Do you want to like participate in stream in a not cringe ass way? And he was like, oh, I guess you hadn't seen what I was saying. I just kept typing stuff to try to like make you mad or whatever and see what kind of reaction I could get. And I was like, oh, so you've just been typing through the entire timeout and you just keep going. I was like, okay, yeah, well, you're gone. Like, out.
Yeah, that's whew.
It was like, woof. What a guy. What a guy.
Like Cammy in my chat mentioned to me, like, why were they still able to Twitch whisper you after you blocked them, after you banned them from your account? And I was like, you know, why were they able to Twitch whisper me? They had never whispered me before, but they were able to do it even after. And I'm like,
it's because like banning and blocking is different, or it was different on Twitch. That's something a lot of people didn't realize, because banning like forbids them from like talking in chat, but also they could actually still watch stream, which people did not like. People did not like. I also did not like that they could just still watch stream.
That's a thing you can turn off now.
Yes, they have changed that. And yes, there's always the argument that they could just have no account and still come in and be anonymous and watch whatever. But like, it's still freaking weird. You should have more control over your channel to be like, you don't get to watch anymore. Get out of here. You're not welcome.
Yeah. It's a bit lame, especially if someone has like multiple accounts or like a different, like, I don't know, even if they attempted to block like that specific computer, you know, people have like phones and other computers and TVs and switches and PlayStations, and I don't know if that works on across all platforms, but it also sounds like a huge pain to try to make that work, even though it'd be kind of cool if it did, but also I could see it be really abused at the same time. But you know, just like anything
YouTube is like, I had kind of, YouTube has like an up and a down to the way they do blocking, because it's not blocking, because they do it kind of like old Twitch style where like they can still watch, but like it's YouTube, so like you've got VODs. It's kind of weird. Like, you can't block on YouTube. What you can do is hide from channels so that none of their stuff shows up. The funny thing about that, as I alluded to with the timeout, is like, if you're hidden, you can still shout into the void, which is kind of funny because they can just keep talking and or keep putting like comments and stuff, and they just are invisible to everyone. So it's like, it's kind of nice because you can kind of hide people and they might not even realize that they've been hidden for a while or forever because they just don't realize like they're not being ignored. They just are literally invisible. Yeah, Phantom mentions it's like it's a shadow ban essentially on YouTube, which is a little bit weird. There's not as good a control over your channel as Twitch has, but like, also I think YouTube's auto moderation does a little bit of a better job, because like there's not quite as much wild ass shit that just shows up into your chats as Twitch has happened a lot of times.
Yeah, I get that. It's just, the amount of people that need to touch grass.
Oh, yeah.
There's not enough blades of grass on the world for all these fucking idiots.
Keyword there is blade.
Yeah. No, it's insane. I'm just like, how do you come up from your day, show up to my stream for every stream in a row, for like 20 streams in a row, and then so I'll have someone just go off the deep end, and I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm like,
yeah.
No, I've had people who are just like completely fine, and they're chill and they're great, and I've had to talk to them because I'm like, I don't know what, like, because they'll do like things that are like extremely like not comfy, and I'm not a comfy streamer. You've seen my streams, but there's a certain extent to where I'm just like, I'm not a fan of it.
We need to coin a new term for like normal ass people streams, because like they're not lewd streams, they're just normal ass people streaming. Like they're like, you know, like, you can get away with a little bit of goofiness, a little bit of unsay so, if you will, but like, it's fine.
I totally understand, like, people are like, oh, you know, like, they're gonna make the bald jokes, because I literally have a bald redeem.
I mean, you brought that on yourself.
Yeah, so I'm like, and I think that's funny, though, you know? I'm like, that's fine. And for some reason, there's a joke that I have no ass. And you know what? I found that funny, so that's fine.
Well, can you can't prove that you have an ass?
I cannot prove. I am flat.
There you go.
Like, I cannot prove because I am 2D. So anyways, but yeah, so
depending on your definition of an ass, I have a large one, but it depends on your definition.
But yeah, so like there are some jokes that, like, you know, the community's brought up, and I'm like, oh, you know what, that's funny though, and I play off of that because I think they're hilarious. Why not joke about it, you know?
I think inside jokes of a stream are incredibly important for like community building, and it's some of the most fun. Like, as long as everybody's keeping it within like reasonable bounds, like that shit is funny.
Yeah, and like I make sometimes I do make crude and lewd jokes, but like That's not my like shtick though. I wouldn't consider myself a lewd tuber. Sometimes something dumb happens and I'm like, I could
I mean,
make
you can't not make the joke.
There's
some times that you just you can't not. It's so obvious that like you can't not.
Like there's a community joke that I have a 19-incher and I don't that's just the joke. That's just the joke and that's it. But like there was some times where like some people would come in and they were just like, "Oh, let's just consistently make lewd jokes like out of nowhere." Like I'm not talking about it, I'm not making jokes about it. They were just like, "Oh, let's just start making jokes about Viri and make them extremely lewd." And
I believe I know the ones that you're talking about relatively recently, at least.
Yeah, and like I literally had some people in my chat go, "That's uncomfy."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Yeah, okay, guys. Like, I y'all gotta stop." Like,
reading the room is a skill that everyone needs to foster. Like, you gotta figure out take the temperature of the room, fit within it the bounds to some degree. You can't like, come on, everything. Got to be kept in reasonable context. Like, don't go crazy.
Yeah, because some of the jokes are funny, but just bringing them up just because that's like you see me, that's the first thing you're gonna say to me when you come into my stream, and then you're nonstop just making lewd jokes for no reason. I'm like playing like a shitty horror game, and I'm like, why are you doing this?
That has nothing to do with anything.
Oh, and then said people, I will see them in streams of like mutual streamers, and they're completely normal. And I'm like, where did this go? Like I'm like, what happened? You went from totally normal, like in my streams, pretty chill, pretty good vibes, to I will make lewd jokes over everything. And then I see you in I see you in like a mutual streamer chat, and they're just like completely chill, and I'm like, where did that come?
What like cue did I give you that like an appropriate interaction like between us? Like how did this happen? You seem to be misaligned with expectations here.
And it's so I'm like, where did I come off that I was comfortable with you making lewd jokes 24/7 about me?
Well, so okay, two things. One, I want to get to that, but second, I have to at least comment briefly on the fact that I had somebody else named Poe wander into my chat, and so hello, Poe. I actually find it very amusing when people with the same name show up. I've done that to other streamers before, where I'm just like, hey, your name, Poe. Me too. So, hello. Aside from that, though, I want to call something out because it's a really good learning opportunity, and why it's really important to control your stream spaces for anybody interested in content creation. Because honestly, having been someone very new in your streams recently and seeing weird comments like that was sort of the cue of, oh, maybe that is acceptable in this area. So like you shut it down, which obviously gives the clear indication of like, no, that's weird and don't do that. But like if there are people who are not comfortable with like shutting shit like that down, that will simply foster more of it, because that having it in chat will inform other people showing up that, oh, I guess that's okay behavior. And it is not. Like, you really have to make sure that you keep your boundaries solid.
Yeah, like, what is it? I think the last stream that I did get to tell people like, hey, I've been too lenient, because like even other people in the chat were just like, are y'all cool with this? Like y'all proud that you do this? And, and then people saying that they were uncomfy with the comments, and I was like, yeah. So I was like, okay, like that this is the last like warning you get. Like, don't do this.
No more of that shit. And that's really important. It's because like if I make the jokes, if chat's joking about the jokes,
You know, like that's, you know, that shit happens. And I'm, you know, as long as like, you know, that's what we're talking about. Like, I get it, you know, because we're making jokes, we're having fun. But like out of nowhere, I'm just like, why?
Like, yeah,
like,
it's one of those very gray, nebulous areas that it's like there are acceptable degrees, there's acceptable contexts. You have to not go so far as to be like, whoa, that's way too like but that's a skill that everybody needs to learn. Like, I don't think anybody in these chats right now are really struggling with that. Everybody's doing great, but like, that's what makes chatters weird. Like, you don't want to be a weird chatter. Like, learn normal, acceptable like behavior, and it's not a freaking like free for all in a streamer's chat. Like, just because you're technically not in a room with people, don't start behaving like, you know, you never would if you were in a room with people. It's one of those things. Crazy people, crazy.
Yeah, and especially like the more comfier with the streamer, you know, the more you can play, you can do certain jokes with that streamer. But also, if they aren't, you know, like if the streamer is obviously not comfortable with something and it, you know, like deletes your messages, or the mods delete your messages, or they time you out, like you should see that as like a sign. Like, you know, maybe people don't like that, or maybe if even other people in the chat comment on like what you said because they're just like, oh, or what the f, or ayo, what do you mean?
Yeah,
because not all ayos are the same, I've learned.
That's true. Ayo could go very differently depending on the intention, but yeah, it's don't try not to be weird, everybody. Come on.
Yeah, be respectful to your streamer. And, you know, just because you've been there for a long time doesn't mean, you know, don't respect them when they have a boundary, especially if maybe that was something that they were cool with and now it's something they're not cool with. Because, you know,
people can change their mind.
Because sometimes I was like, oh, you know, like, I think the joke's funny, but then it was the same joke over and over, and I was like, actually, I don't think it's funny.
All right, I looked over at preview, and now I suddenly realized that we should change topics because it kind of looks like your Eldritch mom and dad are chastising you for chat. Sorry, chat. Especially with you having your arms crossed and me pointing wildly at people.
Yeah. No, I love
we are glowering over chat quite menacingly at the moment.
No, it's okay. They get it. It's fine.
Okay. So then, allow me to shuffle over to it. Oh, see, now you're really glowering. Hold on, I can match energy. Hold on.
Oh!
There we go. We're all very displeased. I expect clean rooms by tomorrow. And if you've been putting off mowing your lawn this weekend, get your ass out there. I don't care how hot it is. Drink plenty of water and get the lawn done, all right? Okay.
Go to the gym.
And go to the gym. There you go. Okay, so where for your model, you did the design for your model. So kind of what was some of the inspirations? Like what brought about your model design?
Eldritch. Also, I really wanted tentacles, but I didn't want the stereotypical bundle of tentacles behind the character.
Sure.
Some people, they look amazing with it, don't get me wrong. But I wanted to try to just implement that in my hair, which as time's grown,
it's very effective.
Thank you. I have other ideas, actually, that I have already drawn out for the future. It's just choosing which one I like the most and which one I think will be rigged the best. So it's a lot of that.
There's a huge advantage of doing my own model is every time I get a stupid ass idea, I can just make it happen or try to make it happen. Sometimes fail and be sad, but other times make change. Anyway, continue.
I'm actually pretty happy with the Eldritch eyes because they are slightly different shape than like normal Six Eyes characters, where it feels like Six Eyes
Yeah.
just plopped on a character.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I tried to make it almost like, oh gosh, hold on. But yeah, I tried to make it almost like circular. So, like the other eyes look like they're the top and the bottom eyes look like they're kind of forming around.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on. Oh gosh.
Yeah, it all kind of forms together to make one large eye, or at least the outline you would expect out of a large, like, wide open eye. Like it works nicely.
So that was the idea of that, because in a perfect world it would be animated as one eye splitting into three, but you know, with rigging and what you can do, yeah, you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, so but I actually have future designs. Oh, also I wanted, a gym aesthetic. Because you know me.
You do be spending a lot of time at the gym.
So yeah, I wanted a gym aesthetic with the Eldritch vibes, tentacles, and like I have a lot of threes on my character. The only thing that's not in threes is actually the tentacles, because my artist drew 4 tentacles, but I have a lot of things in like as threes. Like the diamonds on my necklace is like 3. Diamonds under my face, 3. Eyes, 3. Hair things, 3. I liked 3. I felt like it was a good number.
On the subject of those 3, I was going to ask if there was any significance to like because you've kind of duplicated the trefoil style, not quite a leaf, but like the diamond on the necklace and the ribbons, if you will, and kind of that trio. I was curious. So is there significance to the 3, or did you just like 3?
What is it? The 3 diamonds was it was an old logo I had made. So basically it was the 3 diamonds, and then it was like a fancy V shape that went under the diamonds. It almost looked like a flower bouquet in a sense, if you put the V under it. But anyways, I like the 3 diamond shape, but unfortunately in this day and age of VTubing, the diamond shape is a little too common. Well, like not just the diamond shape, but like the 3 diamond shape I've noticed. Like I've seen a lot of VTubers with specifically like 3 diamond shapes for their own logos, 3 diamonds under their eyes.
Yeah.
I've seen them with diamonds on their necks, just like me. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's time. That's why I'm like thinking about like for when I eventually debut, I'm gonna change a bunch of stuff, change a bunch of design stuff, so I can help try to stand out and hopefully not get canceled. So for looking like someone, so that's why I'm like, I changed my stuff a little bit.
Yeah. I think even still, your model is quite unique. I don't think I've seen anybody that's, because like it's not so overcomplicated like my own, but it's like it's still unique, even though it's not like, I don't want to say your model is simple. It's like it's straddling where it's like it's recognizable and interesting and unique while not being like confusing to the eye or anything. It's like
not too much, but
yeah,
not
it's
too
not
little.
too much. It's not too little. It's a nice mid-ground.
Thank you. That's exactly what I strived for this. I'm not gonna lie.
I strive for something very different. Complexity is the name of the game over here, so it is what it is. So I was on the subject of the model. I was curious. Do you have anything on the model that you would consider like an Easter egg, or something that doesn't come up very often, or something that's not seen very much, that like you sort of always are pleased with, or have like hidden away?
I have these tiny gloves on my hands. Oh, actually, an Easter egg that like no one ever fucking sees is my headphones.
I noticed those in your in the ref.
but they don't show up all that much because the hair is there.
Yeah, because the way that the artist designs it, it was different than the way I designed it. If I had known that it was going to be hidden, I would have actually just made like thick headphones that wrap around like your head. Hold on. Okay, guys, don't freak out. You get a free bald. But
Yeah.
no one sees my headphones that I have a little star design on.
Oh, there is a little star design on him.
Yeah, so I'm just like, oh. Well, I have headphones, but like they're almost never seen unless I go bald. So I kind of like the bald redeem because
Added bonus of bald, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, in the future I will make actual headphones. I'll design some actual headphones, because I want to actually have headphones.
Fair.
I figured the gym princess needs a pair, so
It makes perfect sense. They're very sporty headphones.
yeah. And the thing is, like, Beats by Fury. But yeah. So I just those are just some things. Like I said, I have a bunch of planned stuff for the future. I have references to BB, so. For example, though, like my next design will definitely have more of a cult leader vibe.
Ah, yeah. I saw in your about that's kind of your your relation to chat, if you will, whatever you want to call that.
Yeah. So I plan on my next model having more of that vibe. Someone's asking if you have an Easter egg on your model.
Well, yes, sort of. And it actually kind of ties into your comment about BB. Because, like, I also have, like, a canonical mascot for the channel, but it doesn't come up all that much. But it ties into a lot of things as far as, like, the fact that I make fan bits for people. Oh, I guess I mentioned that to you, but I haven't mentioned that to your chat. So, like, if people... I have a daily channel redeem in my in stream, and if you get to 64, I actually make a representation of either your model if you actually stream, or references and such if you just want to throw something in there. And so, like, I've got a few people who have made it, and so that's all related to the channel mascot, which are the orb bits, which you can see one lurking around in the background right now, floating past. So, like, I have all of these little guys who are sort of semi-autonomous little data sprites, if you will. Sort of like, I think of them sort of like soot sprites from Studio Ghibli movies, if you're familiar, but like data sprites. There that one goes. He's floating by. They're all part of the model, technically. And so that's kind of worked in. So I have a few of them tucked away in harder to spot places, which I find very amusing. Let me see here. Let me bust out the hair for a second. And this guy up here is actually canonically the my chat bot. That's Chatbit, who does all of my bot work. And then up here on my this hair guy, once it rotates around, there's a little spider. No, it's this one up here. A little spider guy who has a little a little text. Because the spider bots tend to be somewhere and they, like, take notes on stuff. And then I have another little spider bot down here lurking on my waist. And he's always down there just doing his thing.
Do you have legs? Respectfully.
I don't. No, I'm sort of a mobile platform. I float around. I don't need legs. I live in, a not physical space, so I have no need of legs.
I just thought you had legs this whole time.
Nope. No legs down there. Ain't no feet to show.
Oh, it looks great though.
Here, hold on. I have a button to actually show the model. So here you go. Since we're on the topic. Oh wait, that's not the button. Wrong button. Where's
my God.
button? There we go. That'll do it. That'll cycle through.
Oh, you're so adorable. I love it.
And I have a shit ton of other tricks and whatnots that aren't really Easter eggs so much as just other stuff that I have done. So you can see the repeated motif of a sphere with small bits of polyhedrals around them, which each one canonically is in orbit, which is a mascot. So I'm kind of a cloud of them in a sense. But
actually, something that's not too noticeable is that my model is rigged so that when I smile, my hair moves faster.
I noticed that, like, that's what got me so interested in the hair, because I'm trying to detect exactly how all of the things tie together and like what's leading it to react, because that's interesting to me.
Yeah, like I asked the person doing my hair, I was like, can you make happy wiggles? And they're just like, what's happy wiggles?
Can you explain?
And I'm like, I don't know how to, I just want them wigglier. And they're like, I bet. Because actually, my artist was like, do you want the hair to move, or do you want the tentacles to move like hair, or do you want them to move like they're alive? And I'm like, you could do what? And I was like, excuse, I was like, what do you, huh? So I was like, you could do that? And I was like, yeah, do that. If you can make them look alive, do that. That sounds fucking amazing. And so,
make it happen.
Yeah, so she did that, and then added the toggle for the happy wiggles, and I was like, oh cool, I can toggle it on and off. And then she was like, also, I just set it up so it's rigged with your smile. It like it activates with your smile. And I was like, you could what? Like, cause
brilliant.
Yeah, because I've learned so many things that you could do through VTube Studio, like all the things that you could do with a model that I'm like, oh, this is awesome. You know, like I have certain models that what is it? It's only for like this chibi model, but one of my chibi models, I've learned that I could, I rigged it so like I can make different expressions because it only has like 3 expressions. So I was like, oh, if I do certain faces, it does different expressions and I don't have to toggle anything. So I'm like, that's awesome. That's amazing. Like it's just adorable and cute.
It's always what I strive for, because I am really bad of remembering to like toggle things. So none of my toggles are expressions, actually. Like all of my expressions are just mine. All of my toggles are just whatever random stuff has come to mind, like color changing. I've got like extra particle systems of like snow and rain and other floaty, glowy nonsense and all kinds of like, none of them are expressions because I can't, I'm never like sufficiently cognizant, like when I'm having some greater emotional outburst to be like, oh, better toggle the old angry face or whatever. It's like, I can't remember.
That's why with when I use 3D models, I get the what is it, like the kit, the 42 AR kit. Yep. Yeah, I usually get that, and thankfully my homie knows how to do that for me, so I can just ask him like, hey, can you put this on my model, like if I make like a new one, because it's like he's fucking like, yeah, sure. And he's like, okay, here you go. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Like, but I also like the how expressive the AR kit is, because after I got the AR kit for like my V-Ride model, like I just stopped using expressions, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I do wish. That's the one thing that I am at this point incapable of doing that I would really like done, is to have a more like expressively like rigged face, because this face is actually still a Vroid face. And so like I know that there can be more expressiveness tied to those AR kits, and the Vroid AR kit does fine. Like it does a pretty good job. But like as far as, you know, all of the things that I have changed and improved on my model, like that's the one thing that I haven't really been able to, other than adding the AR kit. And I'm like, I would really like to, because that's one of those weird commissions that I'm contemplating, of like finding somebody that
I just need you to make me a face. Like, it doesn't even have to be a whole head. I just need a really expressive face. And I'll just put everything back on it.
Oh, no. So, your face isn't something like you can, like, throw into Unity and add a kit, like, there?
It has the AR kit on it. The trouble is that I believe you have to get it out into real 3D rendering software like Blender to determine how those AR kit pieces affect, like, what does it mean when this number goes larger, right? So, like, oh, it opens the mouth, but if you were to want it to also do something else, or maybe affect one side more to give you a little bit of a smug side, like, look, like, all of those little tweaks require you to actually adjust shape keys of the render itself, if I'm correct in what I believe to be true. And so Unity can't do that, and unless there's a plugin that I'm just not familiar with. And like, so I don't really have the skills in Blender to do that. I also I'm dreading what that means as far as like pulling it out of Blender and then trying to mash it into the model, because that's just asking to break a lot of things all at once.
Because I do know, I feel like I could ask a homie if they can try to figure it out. Jesus Christ. I feel, oh my gosh. I feel like I could ask a homie to figure that out, but I'd have to see first. Because, I mean, you do have a lot more stuff on your model, so like, I totally understand.
Because, like, the thing is it's at least going to be a complicated, like, recombination, because this model, like, cannot be exported and just pulled into Blender and, like, worked with. I would essentially just have to take a face and either figure out how to, like, mash it into this one in a way that works, or actually essentially have a face with a humanoid skeleton and then just literally move everything about this body onto that one, because it's just mashing the two is weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, that sounds like such a pain, because like I just messed up a little bit of hair in Vroid earlier, and that made me mad because something got fucked up when I made the hair. It looks great. The second I export it, or like into anything that has like actual physics, like the physics turn on, it just breaks, and I'm like,
yeah.
Unless I keep it completely stiff, because I fucked up. So I'm like, some about the bone groups and the collision. Yeah, I guess what happened is, like, I made one side of the hair. I made both sides of the hair at the same time with the mirror tool, and I guess, like, I have to do one at a time and then mirror it, or like duplicate it and then flip it to the other side. So, but I did both of them at the same time, and that seems to be the issue. So I'll just do it again and see if the other way works. But
good luck. I'm terrible with the Vroid hair. I literally, like, I use the VRM spring bones that, like, function on the hair, but I literally do all of it through Unity, and I just straight up add, like, I just have like straight lengths that are literally called wiggly bones in my they're just in Unity, that are my little wiggly bones that I stick places, and then I add the spring bone to them so that there's some of that secondary motion. So like the earring, the mic, the antenna, like, they all have wiggly bones, but they were never actually hair that came out of Vroid. I just added them after the fact.
Yeah, it's I can't even imagine. I've tried to do Unity before. Like, I remember one time I was like, "Ooh, I found a cool 3D model that I really liked." But it was like a not a VR. I think it was VR chat.
Could have been a VR chat,
but it didn't look like your stereotypical
VR chat models. Can be pretty wild.
Yeah, like it didn't have that, like, super soft look that some of them have.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, this is a Vroid. This is really good Vroid. And then I found out it wasn't a Vroid, and the mouth doesn't move. and I didn't know how to get it to work. So I tried to put it in Unity to make it work, and I was like, I actually have no idea what I'm doing right now. So I gave
Well,
up.
and that's like the thing that I don't know how to do. That's why I took a Vroid that had all of that stuff built in that I could then just like make a mess of everything else about it.
Not because like everything else works. It's just certain things just didn't want to move, and I was like, okay, that's lovely.
Yeah, because not every VR chat model I think is rigged up to do like face tracking, because so not everybody can do face tracking. Like they might key the mouth movement off of like audio sensitivity or whatever to make it just look like you're, all that stuff. Because just very different purpose than VTubing was, though a lot of them do double duty, of course.
Yeah, so I was just like, damn, I thought this was going to be my like the model. I was like, is this going to be my gateway into making VR chat models that look more anime than the really soft ones? Because I mean, the soft ones are pretty, like, don't get me wrong, but
they're just very common. Like, it's just
and I
like the VR chat model.
Yeah, and at the time, I really looked up to streamers like AI Candy.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because of her earlier model was just a VR chat model that she had edited. Oh, God. But yeah, so like I really liked her stuff, and gosh, what was it? Yeah, I liked her stuff basically, and I was like, oh cool, she edited a model to be like kind of like what she was looking for, and then so I wanted to do it, but I had no idea what I was doing, so I was like, okay, maybe this is a different task for a different person, not for me. I have 2 brain cells.
Yeah, I've never actually made a VR chat model, oddly enough. Like, and this does not work in VR chat. It's one of the ways I can get away with a lot of the more interesting aspects of the model, is because this is actually what's called a VSF avatar. So it's not a VRM, but rather it's a VSF avatar, which gives it a lot more Unity functions, which is great. Unity things like particle systems, and you can use more complicated shaders like the Poyomi shaders, which are really common for VR chat. I've seen those everywhere. They're great. They're really good shader, but you can't use them on VRM, so you gotta make it more complicated.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I get it. I see you.
Though you mentioned something that I realized I hadn't asked about, which was like you mentioned into AI Candy. What are some of the other like VTubers that you like to watch, or that got you into VTubing, like all that stuff?
So the first VTuber I mentioned earlier, her name's Clea. She's a V artist. She was the first VTuber that I actually ever saw. So I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I found out about like HoloLive.
Sure.
So, Morigura, the squad, Ina, all of them. So I was like, oh, these are cool. I still didn't understand what being a VTuber was. I just thought it was like, well, I mean, it's not technically like crazy. You're just an anime person.
Yeah, it's just fun.
It's just fun. And but I started off on a lot of like indies. I used to watch Shoto. Yeah, but Shoto back then he didn't have over like 100 viewers.
Right.
So like at the time he was still like very, very big. He had like 50 something viewers. But he was always like a PNG. And he would commission like different PNGs for specific streams. So like he did that horror game, the pixel horror game. I think it was Ib. I don't remember exactly if it was Ib or it was Mad Father, and I think he had like he like commissioned like an outfit for himself where he was like a maid.
Sure.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, that's really cool. Like this guy commissions like different outfits for like different games. Like that's awesome.
I do like the switching it up for different games. That is one thing that I don't do, and I kind of wish I had an easier way to do it. But you know, I digress.
I'm getting I'm editing a hat.
Nice.
It's like a Waluigi hat, but I'm making it blue and putting a V on it.
Waluridian.
Waluigi, yeah. So, because it was like purples, but I was like, no, I need to get that and the mustache for my Mario Kart stream.
Excellent.
That sounds like Mad Father. Oh, then yeah, that probably was it then. But yeah, what was it? There was like one streamer that I thought was like pretty cool, and then he graduated, and that was the first graduation I had ever seen, and I was like, oh, I was like, that's a bummer.
It is.
But then like months down the line, I noticed a specific Niji Sanji member that sounds eerily similar.
As you do.
And I was like, I don't get it. Cause like I was like, oh, he just reminds me so much of him. And cause like that guy did crazy stuff. I went to his stream and he was making like BDSM jokes, and he had like a PNG of like two hands and like a whip, and I was like, what is happening? But it was hilarious. I was like, what is this? This shit was so funny, and I didn't get it at the time. But anyways, I didn't understand what graduating was. I didn't understand he was going to be a bigger person. I actually watched Bao's debut stream. She was the first debut stream I ever watched. Because I went from Shoto's stream, because Shoto said he was raiding Bao after his stream. That's why he was like streaming that day. So I was like, oh, cool. Because I kind of understood raiding at the time. Because before I started streaming, I was just a VTube watcher.
Right.
So I just watched a ton of indies. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of indies get canceled. And the thing is, like,
or just quit. Gone through a lot of folks.
Yeah. So I was just like, back then, PNG tubers, like if you just wanted to use a reactive PNG, you couldn't use Fugitech. Fugitech wasn't a thing. I know.
Fugi is so convenient.
So what was it? There was a code you had to put into OBS, log into like some website, put in specific things into the website for your images. Like you had to go to Discord, copy the image URL or something, put it into this website, put the code from the website into OBS in the browser, put certain things from the website into that code, and then you got your PNG on the screen. And then the person who created that code got canceled. And so I was like, no way. I was like, but how do I get picture on screen? Because I didn't know how. And then like later down the line, I finally start streaming, but I ended up streaming with a model versus a PNG. Well, I streamed like, I think only like a few times with the PNG before like the stable version of V-Ride Studio came out.
Ah, right.
And then I was like, oh, sick. I can make more what I want now. And that was...
Yeah, V-Ride beta, man. It was rough.
The skin textures. Ugh.
It was rough.
Those were the ugliest skin textures. It was like...
Even the face shapes were rough, and the skin textures were rough. The face shapes were... It was rough. It was rough out
there. Yeah, it really was. It's the improvements. Chef's kiss. But yeah, I made a model that I liked. I thought it was cute as heck, and I was like, I love it. This is because I finally made something that I felt at least like, you know, looked more like what I had hoped.
Yeah.
Because I had made a model with the earlier version, but it was really bad. It was really bad. It was
my
just
first model was from the beta version, and it was fine at the time. Looking back, it's not so fine.
It happens. It happens. The best of us.
It does happen. It does.
We're just excited for customization. We're just like the kids that like to customize their characters in video games.
It's true.
Yeah. But we're just that, but grown up now. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, pretty much.
But sorry, I got a little off topic. But I've seen like a lot of indies. I can't even really describe the amounts I've seen, because that was all I watched. Oh wait, Kitty McPancakes is an indie I used to watch a lot.
I don't think I've heard that name.
He's got a pretty cool vibe. He's got like this really nice new model, which is like a huge upgrade, and it looks awesome. Like he's got a really cool deep voice. He plays a lot of Dead by Daylight. So it's like, it's not exactly my type of game, but like I like him for him. So
sure.
Yeah, once you get like people hooked on you for your personality, I think that's kind of all you like.
That's the dream.
That's
people
the dream.
Showing up for you and rather than the game. Well, especially for us variety streamers where we don't play anything consistently. We gotta hope somebody's gonna come back because they just like being there. Otherwise, we're screwed.
It do be hard sometimes. It do be hard. But yeah. So a lot of that I'm still into the. I've been kind of diving into more corpo groups as we speak. Just very slowly, because there's just so many.
There are. Yeah, I kind of similarly. So like I first noticed a few of the HoloLive folks, like right when their first English set came out. Watched a few of those, thought it was cool, and then immediately was like, oh, so what exists in the indie scene? And then I was, migrated over to Twitch, did sort of a lot of the same looking. I remember one of the big ones that I would watch back at the very beginning is I would watch Haruka Karabu before she was part of vShoujo, as well as a smaller one who's still going and I saw was averaging over 100 recently, which was exciting, named Echo, who I modded for her for a couple of years. And then like that, she was a big sort of reason of why I ended up starting like VTubing, because like it was a small enough community of people watching so that you could have a lot more like personal conversations and just be like, oh, kind of like these sorts of where I was like, hey, what got you into it? How do you know? And at the time she was using a Vroid model, so she was like, oh, I just made this, and so I was like, I could probably do that. And so give it enough time. But I too have kind of circled back to like watching a lot more of the HoloLive folks and stuff, because as I've mentioned before, not today, but like there's like a distinct line between really big, especially like corpos, VTubers, and then the smaller indies, because it's like watching a corpo is kind of like being in a stadium, and you can't really talk directly, but it does make them very useful for like just background content. So like if I'm doing work or something, they're really good to throw up and just like you just like vibe. But then it's the smaller streamers who I then in the indie scene kind of try to seek out, much like yourself, to be like, hey, actually build a direct conversation with, and
I think the one thing I want to do is I want to do more collabs in the future. But it's just the issue of availability,
sure,
making it really hard. Like I did have someone reach out about wanting to collab, and they're like, I don't know them too well, but I was like, I mean, like we have a couple mutuals, and I was like, I could give it a try. I was like, but here's my available times, and they were like, oh, okay, we'll try to talk about this more. What was it? Like, because I said I couldn't do anything that week because I was busy, and I was like, maybe next week. And they're like, okay, cool, we'll talk about this more next week. And then like I never heard from them.
Sure.
And I was like, you know what? I get it. I'd ghost me too.
Yeah, I actually had been thinking about. I was like, how I've been trying to think of how quickly I can cover the topic of like how it like what the effective way and appropriate way to like reach out to another creator to do something with is, because I was like, can I fit this into a short? I'd really like to make a video and a tutorial, because like people are just so bad at like reaching out to other people. Not just like, oh, they're nervous and don't do it, but rather like when somebody reaches out, I see so many horror stories of people just not knowing how to do it. Like, it kind of drives me crazy a little bit.
Or like, what is it? Or like, so specifically, said person who was chatting with me, they were just, they were like, oh, cool. So let's figure out a time to collab. And I'm like, hold on. I know nothing about you. In like the kindest way I could say. So I was like, so let's figure this out. Do we even like to stream the same games?
Yep.
Which we found only 2 games that we like to play with each other after we discussed, because they play only FPS games, which is the complete opposite of me.
Yeah. So not into first-person shooter games, huh?
I don't play too much is the thing, because their stuff was like Valorant.
Oh yeah, okay.
Overwatch.
Enough said. Even I play first person shooters and I'd still be like, meh.
Yeah, because I was like, if someone was like, oh, let's get into a Halo lobby, I'd be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, Halo. I'll do Halo, because I'm not good at Halo, but like I just have such fond memories of Halo that I would do it. I would do it just because like I feel like it's such a fun vibe. You know, or maybe even just like going through like a campaign, like a game, like some sort of game like Borderlands 2 with like some sort of shooter campaign game, you know, that you can play with some friends. Like I still need to actually finish Halo 2, which is something on my list because my last computer would crash every time I tried to boot it. So, but now that I have upgraded, I could probably do that now. But yeah, so I was just like, let's first talk about what games we like though, and we found 2 games. And I was like, wow, those are 2 games that you don't play too much. And then because they were like, oh well, this game we have like a server, do you want like to join, because then I can ask my friend to let you join. And I was like, oh, I don't even know your friend. And I was like
that's a whole lot.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot, and I don't want to be like, hi, I'm new here, let me in your server.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like I think a big part of it is a lot of people getting into VTubing are young, so like they just don't have experience in like, I don't know, like it feels over the top to say like a professional setting, but I still think like communicating in some semblance of a professional fashion gets you a whole lot further in trying to reach out to somebody, like anybody on Twitter, than like why anybody thinks that they can just hop into a DM and be like, hi, and like that be effective is beyond me. But like, yeah,
like, I like sometimes it's like if they put a little bit more context, which is what this person did, and like I said, we have mutuals, so I was like, you know, I'm like, okay, you know, like at least we know some of the same people, and I like these people a lot, so you know, potentially you have the vibes.
Right.
But also I felt like it was very, what is it when like people, I don't know, because I'm more like I want to meet people, get to know you, get to talk to you. This so like I felt like it for them, it was more like I want to what is it called? It's more businessy. It's more I want to figure out a stream time, you know, so that we can stream together, and you like that kind of thing, like and like I don't know, I know some people are like that, you know, where they just like they hang out just for the stream, but
sure,
I'm just like, but like I also like to get to know people, like, and I feel like I can provide better content if I can be more chill with people. because at least like you showed up in my streams like quite a bit beforehand. I got to talk to you a bit.
I think that is an incredibly important point of like the process of trying to like suss somebody out, to like try to collab, to hang out. Like, you gotta go give some variety of introduction, and you gotta get some kind of mutual like understanding. Like, I think that's really important. Just go go chat a little bit, say hi, like get an idea if they're gonna be a decent fit for like what you're doing. Like, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I just felt like talking to someone, and I had to be like, whoa there, Sonny, what fucking games do you play? like we could because literally the one thing that I was worried about basically happened is we almost don't play any of the same types of games.
Right.
And it's like, like I guess if, you're interested in those 2 games, I could play those, but they're not even games that I play too often. I don't know. There's kind of like it's like Don't Starve Together, and it's like it's a fun game, but
like how much time can you really like get out of?
Yeah, I know some people are like really good at the game.
Some people are,
but I've never been like that person. I've always been like the person to get like help from my chat because I'm like,
fair.
I'm like, what's happening? And they're like, oh, you weren't supposed to kill that thing, and I was like, I wasn't. And then I perish and have to start over.
Yeah, well, and that's a big part of why I lean on this format of like initial stream to reach out to somebody and be like, hey, I have a plan. Like, it's pretty straightforward and casual. Do you want to like, hop on stream, give it a try? We'll just, whatever. Because yes, like trying to reach out to somebody and not having a plan is just asking for trouble, because it's like, hey, would you like to do something? Sure. What? Like, okay.
Yeah. I totally get that. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. On the bright side, I'm glad you did reach out though.
Ah, well, thank you.
Yeah, sometimes I can be kind of a baby about it, but because I'm very terrible about it. I'm trying to go more. Well, most of the people I know are on Twitter, so if I have collab ideas, I'll just post them on Twitter and see who wants to join. Like, because like I said, I had these ideas for these little thumbnails, and I just want to post them so I can be like, oh, hey, here you go. But I just want to potentially have more chances for people to be able to join me. But like I said, it's just like, well, if you can join me at this time of day,
yeah,
because it's just unfortunately specific. And I'm like, you know what? If people can join me at this time of day, I would love to have more people join me if they are available and free. Because I just want to hang out with people more. I just love hanging out with people. I love having a good time. And, not everything has to be poopy.
Yeah, I lean more sort of the other side of it, where like I really don't like sort of blanket reaching out. I'm very stringent in vetting people that I want to spend time with, because I just like, who knows what random weirdo will like lurk into your messages to be like, hey, and it's like I'm very risk averse in that sense. So I'm just
so hold on, sorry, I meant like my friends.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Because all of them are on Twitter, so I basically reach out and be like, hey, this is for the mutuals. Fair enough. Because I know a lot of people who do put out tweets that are just like, hey, would anybody like to join for this thing? It's like, yeah, man. And then they are inevitably swamped with like 300 people jumping into the comments to be like, oh yeah, we could hang. It's like, oh lord, now we've got another mess on our hands. Nah, because I shared the thing about the Mario Kart thing that I plan on doing, and but like literally what I had hoped had happened, which is basically just my homies responded. And so I was like, okay, cool. So like, if they're interested, then they can just join. And I don't mind, and I'll make like a lobby chat thing so they can join, and we can just have a good night playing Mario Kart. And that's all I want. That's all I want. Help people, hang out with people, support my homies, share my homies with my community, because everyone really deserves so much more love than they get, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, and they deserve so much. I love my friends. I love the people I've met in this community. Some of them stinky, but out of a lot of the stinky, I have so much people that I'm just like, oh yeah, I know that person. That person makes cool art. They make cool bird art, and I love it. And like I'll have to, that one person makes cool lore, and that's awesome. That person like is super good at Vroid models, and like they, like I'm like some people they're just pro yappers. I'm like that person talks a lot, and they're funny as hell, and they deserve it.
Yeah, I have had both very good but also kind of bad luck in like meeting people. I actually have really good success in meeting cool people and then like getting them to, hop on, chat, maybe play some games. But then like I have really bad luck, and a lot of them just aren't streaming, or like they quit really quickly, or they've like petered away from streaming or whatnot, or they've shifted their content to something else. And I'm like, you were the chosen one. Like, you weren't supposed to leave. Just like...
I definitely get that. Thankfully, I've somehow met a group of, I've met people that are just like, yeah, we just like doing this. You can't force us away. And I'm like, we're in this together.
You are fortunate. Because, like, I only get enough energy, like, every once in a while to like try to like wrangle a new friend, because I don't have the like emotional bandwidth to try to build like multiple friendships simultaneously, because it's just not how I work. And so like I'll grab somebody for like this several month span, and then like they'll just like disappear from streaming, and I'm like, damn it. Like, now what am I supposed to do?
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Good.
Because I, like, even if, like, let's say, my growth is slow or whatever, I just enjoy doing this. Yeah. This is like my relaxed time. This is my chill time. This is my play the games that you want to play time. Because, like, I think one of my favorite things about streaming is that it got me back into games, which is something that I always went, right. That looks fun, but I don't know if I'm going to play it, I don't know if I want to, because I don't stick to it. And now I've been like, I love to like find games I can play that are in like specific genres. And like lately I catch myself even playing some games off stream that, I didn't think I'd get to play for a long time, and now here I am playing them, and I meet people who are interested in the same games as me that I never thought like I would meet people like I don't know why I didn't think I'd meet people who were interested in these games that I was interested, because I unfortunately very not I guess like not as mainstream. Like I never was super into like Minecraft kind of things, not really into like the battle royale games. Like I'm like, you know what, I like backrooms. I like liminal horror, like
those are fun.
Like that kind of stuff, like or it's like, I like Earth Defense Force, and I literally only
love EDF.
I at the time only had one friend who ever played that with me, and once he got busy with life, I just like never played that game with
freaking EDF 6 just came out.
Yeah,
I got nobody to play it with.
Hold on, I have a homie who also has got no one to play it with. We should all play.
Hell yeah, I freaking love EDF.
I think you two would vibe together. He's a pretty chill dude.
Fair.
But yeah, I'll try to make like an EDF lobby, because next week I plan on getting it. He's in the chat.
Just let me know. I'll pick it up.
No, not him being in the chat, bro. Hi, Alpha. Alpha, I'm collecting us an EDF squad, so you won't get kicked out of random lobbies anymore.
That's honestly, it's that sort like that's one of those games that actually inspired my question earlier of like, oh, are there games that you wish you could play but you can't seem to find people? Like EDF is like top of mind as far as like, why can't I ever find anybody to play EDF? Like,
yeah. I literally made 2 of my friends get EDF 5 and now EDF 6 is out and I'm like, damn.
I know.
Because I didn't think we got past like level 30 in EDF 5, which isn't like super far in.
No, it's not. There's plenty left.
But I've already finished the game though.
Right.
So I'm just like, damn, I want to do EDF 6, but I want to finish EDF 5 with my friends because
sure.
Like they had a fun time playing. I think so, hopefully. Unless they're not telling me. Watch them be like, yeah, that game sucked very no. No, I believe they really enjoyed it. I had a fun time. And we actually met other friends through EDF because at one time we double rated 2 separate people that were also playing EDF. And then we met their friend group because they were a 4 squad playing and streaming at the same time. And it just like, it's just great. I love streaming.
I do miss the rating culture from Twitch. That is one thing that I miss about having moved over to YouTube. But it's annoying because there are redirects on YouTube. And like I would love to try to help build a culture of doing redirects because it's just like it's not really regularly done. But it's like you can't even start redirecting until you have 1,000 subscribers. It's like, what? Come on.
Oh,
so rude.
Like, yeah, it does seem like it's a bit of a bummer. I hope that YouTube does like something, similar, because that would be awesome. That'd be really beneficial for streamers on YouTube for good reason. They need to really branch. In my opinion, I think YouTube needs to branch out more on the live stream portion. They got really aggressive. They got really aggressive with the shorts section, trying to promo shorts on YouTube. And I think they should try more with. I think they need to try more with just the streaming section because it's gotten better over the years. But I don't know. Personally, I've been here so long. I'm like, I don't want to leave.
Yeah, I really would like YouTube to make a more like a dedicated live stream page, like livestream.youtube.com or something that's like honestly a little bit more like the Twitch front page. So it's like it's easier to find people who are actively on and it more categorizes them so that you can kind of scroll through and find people.
Yeah, more categories would be sick.
Because you can go onto YouTube and you can use the search, but you have to like search and then you have to use like a keyword and then you have to limit it down to live, and it's like it's just so many clicks to try to search for people. It's just so much less intuitive than Twitch to find just who's live, what are they doing, and find new people.
Yeah, that is stinky. I don't like that.
Yeah.
It's just too much work and I hate that because like sometimes I'm even trying to find like streamers that I'm literally following and I feel like I feel like it's a pain.
It is.
I'm like, I guess that's nice too, but also I'm a little salty. I'm like, I didn't get no notifications this person was on, and I just crumbling away over here. But yeah, I don't know. I wish it was a little more. Well, you know what I meant. Not to think.
Yeah, I wish it was. It has its advantages. I will like. Obviously, I'm still here on YouTube, only partially because it's essentially a requirement for stream quality. But there are other benefits. Like, it's nice to have all of my content in one place because I also do the story readings, which, I don't have to
put in a separate place and have separate audiences and whatever. But it would be nice if they paid a little more attention to improving the live stream experience.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think that might be all for me today.
I think it is time. 4 hours is
We
usually...
Oh, you usually
my
do 4
line
hours?
Anyway. I do 3 to 4 is my goal every stream. 3 to 4.
I usually just do 3, but that's because I usually have to leave around like the 3rd hour mark. But no, this is what is this? Oh my gosh.
Oh, good. Seaweaver's here to try to... Oh, actually, why did that stop? Oh, none of that's actually gonna work, Seaweaver, because my... Oh, there it is. I fixed it for you.
Oh. I see.
He's
my
stirring
gosh.
up all the particles.
Oh my god, you're terrifying.
Only a little bit.
Oh. I'm trying to see what you look like on your screen.
But even
I see. Okay.
as far as terrifying, I do have a voice mod that only works on my stream, because that's really the one that gets it feeling creepy.
I see.
It does not go through Discord, however, so
that's a bummer.
yeah, it's an OBS filter, so it only works there.
Damn, couldn't be me.
But as you say, it is late, and it is time to wrap things up. But thank you so much for hanging out and coming by. This has been really fun. I love these sorts of chatting opportunities.
I had a lot of fun. I'm glad you had so much questions prepared, because sometimes I just go rambling, like topic to topic. I don't even remember the last things I talked about. But yeah, no, this is fun. More organized than I usually do. I liked it. Who knew I would like organization?
I don't organize much typically, honestly, but for these sorts of conversations, I like to have just a few notes of like a list of the titles and some questions about general model and content, just keep things moving along. Give a little organization to everybody so nobody has to feel awkward or uncomfortable. Makes these sorts of things much easier.
I do like that. Next time, I'm gonna have a list of questions for you.
Ha! Bring it on. Gladly.
I'm not sure what it'll be, but I'll have to get creative, because I feel like you also answered a good chunk of your questions. But I have ideas actually. I'm cooking.
All right, bring it on. But yeah, thanks for coming, chat. Thanks for coming by on both sides. I mean, that's that. Do you have anything upcoming that you want to shill or announce? When's your next stream? You up and out of tomorrow?
My next stream's tomorrow. I usually start an hour later than I did today. And it'll be drinking Mario Kart. I think it depends on how much people join, but the more people that join, it'll be like, I don't know, maybe like if I can get like 4 people to join. Anyone less than second place takes a drink. So it's half the group.
And then they will continue to lose as they are driving drunk.
oh yeah, it'll be me. It'll be me. I know it.
I see.
But yeah, so I need to actually make that thumbnail real quick. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hi, Seaweaver. But welcome. But yeah, so that's the plan for tomorrow. I don't have anything too crazy. There's going to be no podcast this Sunday. So we usually do a podcast on Sundays, but this is for my own chat. But yeah, none this Sunday. We unfortunately have scheduling conflicts, so next Sunday it'll have to be.
Awesome. Then on my side, I'll have Saturday. I'll be back playing Final Fantasy VIII again, the old nostalgia tour. And then Sunday for me, I will have another Eldritch story time for another Lovecraft reading. I haven't recorded that yet, so I don't know which story it's going to be, but there will be one, whatever it is.
I'll have to check out your Lovecraft readings because I've been meaning to get more into some of the stories.
I have quite a few at this point. So yeah, that would be awesome. Check them out. And I just this week started recording Edgar Allan Poe stories as well. So one each a week for the foreseeable future is how I plan to do that. So if
one Poe a week, I see.
That's right. If any of you like, narrated short stories, by all means, hit up the channel. I have some. But yeah, that's that, I suppose. So I hope everybody has a good evening. Yes, I will be back Tuesday hanging out with Seaweaver, actually, playing V Rising, for anybody else interested. Continuing into next week.
Fun.
But yeah, thanks for coming by. Have a good rest. Get some sleep. Enjoy the end of your week. And hopefully have a good weekend. I see you queuing up a raid.
Yeah, I already have my victim. I meant host. I meant target. I meant...
Yeah. Hit him up. And anybody in my chat, go to her chat and raid. Go carry on. Go meet the other neighbors. We can't do it on this side, but you can join the scuffle.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm already here.
That's true. Seaweaver is.
Let me get my raid ready. It takes me a second.
Yeah, that's fine. We just vibing.
Hold on. I'm just reading my homie because he's being chillin'. And wait, hold on. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, and Twitch finally has a thing that carries you over from your raid, which is awesome. Because it used to, like, you raid and then, like, you'd have to open that Twitch account, like, log it, like, open, like, a new tab, type in the username on Twitch, and then find the person, and then you have to deal with, like, an ad, probably, because I would forget to open the stream and watch through the ads, but now, you don't have to deal with that, because it automatically forces you over there. So I'm like, yay!
Which is good.
It's good soup. But yeah, anyways, thank y'all for coming by. You're all adorable and lovely and sweet and precious BBs, my little baked beans. So have a good night. My BBs, basement buddies, baked beans, big babies. Anyways, have a good night. Love you all. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.